Primite time. Ash negating the wishes. Okay. So if you have an Ash, negate the wishes. But if you have a Veiler or an Imperm, you negate the Spirit, the Link 1. Dissipator negating the Primite Dragon. Summon Veiler, and that's enough for a Spirit. Tribute to summon a Blue Eyes, and now the Maiden from the grave. The Wishes getting the Majesty and Veiler is crazy. You're gonna turn that into a seal, but the seal could be negated by the Dissipator. The seal is now gonna activate, and they're gonna return the wishes, negate the seal. The Little Knight vanishes itself and Dissipator. Why would they do all that? Primera get Veilered. Typhon, bro. Did the why would the Typhon return itself, dude? What just happened? Little Knight vanishing. Okay, Blue Eyes has 1,000 life points. Summon the dragon, the Primite. The barrel? What do we call it? Barrel? Vermilion Dragon Mech? Man, that's crazy. It's a really old card. I mean, not like super old. But we've been using that since Duel Links. Wasn't enough. Armuro and Icky Picky. And loop Typhon so that your monsters would always be unaffected. Oh, there's a reason behind it. Interesting. There's a method to the madness. Deluge, darkness, terrain. Oh. We might be able to stop here and all 3 and O's would make it. Keep him playing. Well, we don't know. Yeah, those are 3 and O's. They would have to be 4 now. Yeah, no. Don't try and rush things. Let it go. What happened to their hand? They're locked to fire because of the Promethean princess. The Masquerain is negated, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Once we get into the top 8, then we'll really analyze these players' plays. Oh yeah, Matt, you got a G-Mall? G-Malls were Granite Malls were almost a whole mil, but they've gone down in price recently. Caesar Pog. I like to see a Caesar, but I don't like everyone abusing it, but it's okay. Yeah, they were up for a while, but they've balanced out now. I guess everyone who needed one got one. It's not like there was new content that required the Grand Night Mall. There used to be a thing in game where people would bet in-game money over a 1v1, but they took that in-game function away. So then people resorted to using a third-person moderator to hold the cash while they do their 1v1. But then they started cracking down on the whole 1v1ing thing. So now people can't do their dead matching, that's what it's called, or death match. So they just went back to actually playing the game, and so they need Granite Malls again. Everyone needed a Granite Mall. I didn't think it was bad that they were doing it, but it's good for the game. It promotes them to play in the way that it's made to be. If that's what they gotta do, that's what they gotta do. Oh, their whole hand is gone. Their whole field is gone. Oh, there is a goddess though. Well, wait. What? Do they take damage for battles for the Azumina? Your opponent takes any battle damage you would have taken for battles including the Azumina. That's crazy. It's insane. Yubel Azamina? Is that a thing? They were team members too. Oh, I understand what you mean now. Ryo said the Azamine is like a Yubel monster, reflecting the damage. Imperm, negating the barrel. There isn't evenly matched. How does Blue Eyes deal with evenly? I think they'll have a negate for this. I'm pretty sure they'll have the answer for this. You know what? I'm gonna go... well, we'll do it next episode. Next game. Evenly matched, but the seal will tribute. They return their own mausoleum of white, and nothing has to be banished because they only had one face down card. They return their own field spell. Ash negate the seal that would summon a monster from the deck, and then they ash the bonfire. But Trudea is gonna get Veilered into a Typhon. The True Light. Oh, okay. This. Why did it? Fear mode, lava golem, and the dogwood. They never use the dogwood though. What's the point of having the dogwood if they don't use it? Double lava golem. Dude, imagine they win by Exodia. Is this the crazy long game everyone was watching? This Celine has a 75% win rate at time of appearance. They summon the left arm now. They use that to link summon a anima. Access code Talker boosted up to 5300, destroying the True Light. It's lethal damage, but they're gonna negate the Incarnate. Not the access code Talker. Oh, because I guess it, well, if they did that, why couldn't this guy negate? Maybe they did already. There's the spooky dogwood. Turn 6 dogwood. Ah, they need the life points now. they ended things on their own terms. Yugioh, obliterate! Meiji and Tomioka. OS and Fate. Yugioh, obliterate! His grandpa's deck is full of pathetic cards. Imperm negating the Yama. The prison, adding a Ruha. Alright, this Unchained combo is so crazy. There's just so many names and so many steps for all these little bodies. We got a Requiem, Tribute, to summon, Engraver. Do you think we'll do a Caesar? Now we Soul of Rage. I'm surprised that there's no sequence. Here's the sequence. And there's the Caesar. So Caesar's 2 special summon negates. The Desiree can negate up to 2 cards. The Unchained Soul of Rage will use their monster as material to link summon. And then it will probably summon a Little Knight, which would then do a double banish. 7 disruptions. We got the Soul of Rage, link summon, Little Knight using their Diabell as material, and the Little Knight will on summon banish the Diabell, wanted banished to return the Deception and add Snake Eye Diabell Star. They still got 2 Caesars plus the Desiree and the Little Knight effect to banish till the end of the turn. So Caesar negating and destroying the Poplar. The Poplar places itself into the back row. They summon a Stellar. They knew it was up. Fate. The last game in round 3. There are people saying they can't hang and Swiss is too much. It's not really too much. It might be 1 extra round from round 1 to the finals. It might be a lot though. Purge the melody. They're showing some leg. Veiler. I'm surprised the Exodia didn't negate. Oh, they can't negate a Veiler. I'm very happy that people like getting more chances to play. And we get to see all these great games here on stream. Exodia. We got it one negate. Tricky, it's okay. As long as you're here watching, that's all that matters to me. Veiler will negate the Exodia. Blink Spoder. Okay. They're summoning the barrel from your grave into the Selene. This Selene's got a 75% win rate. They're gonna summon the Anima and now access code Talker to clear up your field. They got one banish. Oh, but they're gonna call by the grave and banish the Selene, but they still have more cards to banish. They just destroy the True Light and you're done. And you can't respond to the effect of the access code Talker. They got a pretty good recovery here already. They got their loadout. Wait, what? Banish the Ossa for the access code to destroy the drill beam. Wait, they both play in Prime Might. Prime Might Exodia? Lord of the Heavenly Prison. We've seen this before. They got the Equation Cannon, Conquistador, Tikaboo, and Mistake. No way. We saw this combination before. The only way they lost to this after setting this up was with a Zeus. Will Tomioka on bottom be able to Zeus? Does Blue Eyes even play the Zeus? I don't think so. The Butler. Butler sets the Welcome Labyrinth from the hand in their end phase, and now they're gonna welcome as well. Big welcome. Summon the lady, and then they return it, and then they're gonna Chandrigleer and chain the lady. So a Labyrinth card was activated. They summon the lady, add the Chandrigleer to their hand. Are they gonna get a clock? They don't got their clock. Imperm, negate the Ariana. Can this be targeted? The lady cannot be targeted. Hog. Antoine, what is going on? Little Knight, banish the trap trick. That's a good call, I think. New top decks. We seen a lot of Primite. We got 5 rounds of Swiss today, and we'll take a look at. We'll see what the top 8 decks are, and then we'll have a better idea. Primite got new cards. All right, I'm gonna go get something to drink. Jim, no, you can't. You can't. That's okay. Of course you can. No one's gonna bother you. If you want to, though, let me know. Let me see where you're at. To try and convince you not to, though. What's your record? The standings. Oh, okay. If you're not top, and I get you. Jim, thank you for playing, though. I had an uncle named Jim. Well, I guess it's more like a great uncle. Whoa! A Dominus Impulse negating Nibiru? That's really crazy. That's a good point, Tricky. The Shark is also new. And we've seen that performing as well. So maybe that'll get to the top. And that would be an interesting spicy pick. All right. Riz, you're up. We don't ban anyone for surrendering. We don't ban him for surrendering unless it's the finals. Red Eyes Fusion, they're gooning. The Fuelos is gonna be so they get to draw a card, but then you don't summon after you Red Eyes Fusion anyway. So the Fuelos basically just goes 1 for 1. Lurie. Here's a Requiem. When do they use the Dragoon Negate? How does Snake Eye Fiendsmith out a Dragoon? I mean, we're watching you right now. One Gooner against the world. This is round 4, right? Oh no. I didn't know the round was that close to ending. I'll reset it. Oh, wait. Let me look at the standings to see if it's even... I'm sorry, Drex. No. Even if you were like 3-1 or 3-2, you can't. You have to be a better score. I'll see if I can try and get you a new pairing. Now, I can click reset bracket. I just don't know if it resets the whole thing, dude. That's scary. But hang around for a second. I'll see if I can do that. Kraken. I think it will reset the whole thing. There is tomorrow as well. I gotta learn how to manually pair people. If anyone knows how to work Start GG. I got someone else who probably dropped too, and it would have been made sense to pair you guys. I don't know if you can change it once the round's already started. Where'd all the opponent's cards go? The website handles everything, and it's pretty fair, pretty random, and all types of tournament communities use this. It's pretty official. Might be even legitimate. Random's fair to me. Well, actually, you know what it does? Because we're using the Swiss matches today, every new round, it does pair people with a similar score. So players who are 2-0, 2-2 will play each other, or 2-0 will play each other. Players who are 2-1 will play each other. Players who are 3-0 will play each other. Players who are 3-1 will then play each other. That's right, Deny. Big day today. These players have been playing for 4.5 hours. They are in round 5. Yeah, 4.5 hours this whole time to get here. Not just this duel, but in a game with Paleo, it might feel like it. Paleo Lab. Yeah. They didn't even want the chain to resolve. All right. I'm gonna go get a drink. Be right back. Paleo player. They're stuck together. We're all stuck with them. What'd I miss? You know what I gotta do? Get the bot? I wonder if Twitch allows that. Is Twitch okay if a bot sends the chats from YouTube to Twitch chat? Twitch says you can't put the chat on the stream. Well, the goal is we want to follow the rules, so that it's okay when we do grow larger. And I've seen moderators come. I've felt what I believe to be moderators come in here doing manual moderation. They were asking, well, I just put on a video while I ate a slice of pizza or something. And they were asking if we were going to go back to Master Duel. Shen and Blue Eyes? Oh, the virtual world? They might be. Maybe we're just not seeing it. Blue Eyes, Spirit Dragon. They tribute to summon the Crimson, and there's the Cipher. The Cipher. Oh, the Cipher gives them protection from the True Light if the True Light were to go to the grave. Plus a triple Veiler. This is a new round? Morpho and Luigi. Oh, well. The trap is broken? Which trap? The Majesty? It is one heck of a card. A disconnect, it's a game loss. I didn't even think about the True Light. The True Light is like, so it's like the Eternal Soul. It just keeps them coming. Roar. Fualos? Okay. Shouldn't they have Fualos before? Oh man, broken English stuff is really funny. Someone said, 1 minute please, and start GG. Someone said, good luck, have fun, good luck. 1 minute please. Okay. Bug. Yes? You are such a bad player that you happen to lose the flip, and since your deck always depends on going first, it's buggy. Go first. Keep crying. Okay. Why didn't you respect the currency? Because it doesn't suit you. Oh my gosh. That was my favorite part. Why didn't you respect the currency? Because it doesn't suit you. I think they meant the coin flip. Disconnecting isn't a feature. It's built in. Who do we watch? Wait, Morpho and Luigi. Is that round 5? No, it's round 4. Maradona, what is going on? Well, see, the thing with the Duel Links and microwaves is that Konami said Oh gosh, it was during the Duelist Cup or whatever, and Konami said that everyone was disconnecting because of your microwaves and and everyone should unplug their microwaves and not use the microwave. Oh my gosh. It's really funny. So now, whenever you disconnect, you get microwaved. And then you would hope that someone in their house turned on their microwave while you were playing. I'll ask Chat GPT. That would be my go-to. The good old days were really good. Man, it was fun. And Duel Links, the way it progressed, it allowed for different strategies to arise in cards you never seen before. Yeah, Skippy, but they don't like me. We're not gonna go there. We're not gonna go there. Honestly, there's a great story. This whole operation exists because one of their moderators was a dickhead to me. And I was like, if this is how you guys run an operation, I can run something 7 times better. Yeah, they're gone. And then I buried the hatchet with the moderator that was a jerk to me. And then like the head of the place was never okay with me. I was like, all right, whatever. I don't have a problem with nobody. Just this one moderator got in my DMs saying some shit. I was like, what the fuck? So then I was like, all right, if that's how your moderators behave, I'll have my own tournament with hookers and blackjack. But no, I don't have any hate against anyone. I tried to befriend them. You said. Having a real job is boring. Ualos. But there's a called by. You can Ash or called by this Fualos. I guess it's better to keep the Ash. What did I put as the picture? Why don't I see you? Straight to jail. Oh gosh. Why don't I see you around? Oh, I do see you around. Okay. Yeah, that was funny. Trap tricks? No, no. It was a picture that I used as a thumbnail for the alternate YouTube channel, where we just post videos of us watching videos and talking about random shit. And but talking about that, oh, I gotta make a top room code. One of those videos is blowing up, so it's gonna happen. What am I doing? Nice. How are you? How Red Drum the Ninja? What is going on? Thank you for joining us. We got 5 rounds of Swiss today with no Max C. We're gonna do Dead Tube Armor. This.
これが俺の切り札にして最強のしもべ
Ninja Red Rum the Ninja, thank you for joining us. So yeah, we also got a tournament tomorrow. If you want to participate, all you gotta do, if any free entry, all you gotta do is be in the Discord. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. Wait. Oh, sorry. Reasoning. We're gonna summon the lady, and then they activate the welcome. Here's a Sharvara, pop an Imperm. All right. I'm gonna mark this resolved. Oh, that's what I do. I gotta make a dual room for the top players. Freaking Bruno, Luigi and Morpho. Luigi and Morpho. Nimbus, what is going on? We're having a good day today. We've seen some good matches. Imperm, negating the barrel. Okay. So they're not holding it for the spirit. Oh man, Luigi, I was wondering what happened. I mean, yeah. I'll give you that. Yahia. Dane Cook is streaming? That might be cool. Wait. How did that happen? Did it wrong. Oh, they did it right. Okay. Alright, we're good. Luigi, who's as good as me in all this? Don't answer that. They passed with a Veiler, Droll, Ash, Fadra, and a Druisworm. Nothing they could do. Nothing for the Fodra to summon. They couldn't even get the Druisworm on the field. Oh, I gotta... Oh yeah, Riz, I believe in you. You got this. I believe. Kraken. Paleo? We got just the Karma Cannon, Paleo Dino Miscus, Balance of Judgment. What is this? If your opponent controls more cards than the combined number of cards in your hand and that you control draw cards equal to their surplus. What is this? Requiem Tribute. Here's a whole Fiendsmith line. Pack Tom Borg. So the Balance of Judgment, let them draw 2. That's kind of cool, I guess. Who doesn't want to draw 2? Riz, where are you at? Oh wait. Yeah, dude, you're probably in the top. Riz. Your opponent didn't show? Oh. It is not. What is going on? All right, so Bruno, I just tagged them in Discord and I saw that they started typing. They might be on their way. I don't know. We got 5 rounds of Swiss today. We're going to go into a top 8 with no max C. And then tomorrow we got regular tournament, regular weekly meta tournament, regular ban list. And there will be maxis. This is the first day we're having a tournament with Primite. Elven Lord, I got you, and I can explain. So when you have pendulum scales, the left and the right, it doesn't matter what order they're in. They could be on the, they could high on the left, high on the right, low left. It doesn't matter. High or low, either side doesn't matter. But while you have them, you can pendulum summon monsters simultaneously that are the level in between that number. So if you have pendulum scales 3 and 7, you could pendulum summon monsters that are level 4 to 6. You can't do 3 and 7. It's only through those numbers. And you can pendulum summon monsters from your extra deck, face up extra deck to your extra monster zone, or up to the number of linked monster zones. A linked zone is a monster zone that is pointed to by a link monster. Well, Elven Lord, you're in the right place, because I don't know if you saw it, but I have a 40-minute video on YouTube on how to play DDD that will teach you everything you need to know. Who was that? Web. Red Rum Ninja? You donate $1 on Patreon? Hug? You'll get a role in the Discord server. You just gotta let me know what your Discord name is if you're in the server. Yo, they did. Very pog. You too can support us on Patreon for just $1 a month. Oh, Ninja or anyone else, don't worry about it. Just $1. If everyone gave $1, that's more than that's more than enough that we would need. I don't want anyone given what they need to survive and all that. All right. Yahaya and Jim. We got Morpho and Luigi. Oh, don't worry, Ninja. I'm here to take care of my mom. That's okay. That's all that matters. Family, all you gotta know is family is important, and that's who you gotta take care of. I was car salesperson, and I worked a billion hours a week, and I made money. But money can't replace family. Droll, we be drolling. Oh, bye-bye, Typhon. We got Morpho. Wait, Morpho, who we're watching with blue eyes, is 5-0 right now. I shouldn't have spoiled it, but dude, they're freaking insane. Because of that. Crazy. They're built different. Yourself. Round 5. Was quick. Yusuf, Armuro. Yeah, top cut's gonna happen immediately after this is done. Well, we could do it tomorrow. No, I'm just kidding. No, we're gonna have a whole other tournament tomorrow. Tomorrow's the tournament with Maxi. Sag. Oh, Ninja, you need that, Maxi. You need it. Wait, you only have one? You definitely need that second Max C, unfortunately, in this game. This Paleo players game is still going. There's been a lot of blue eyes today already. And we don't even know what the top looks like yet. This has just been all over the place. Oh, we got that grass looks green plus reasoning. So what do we do here? Ariana and then reasoning, and if that all fails, then you do the grass? Oh no. Oh god. Riz, I'm sorry if you're here. I don't think you're not gonna make it. I'm sorry, buddy. There's a match going on right now, and the winner of that will be 4-1, and all 4-1s will make it. No 3-2s. Sag. You know. That's why we have to. That's why we do that 5th round, to make sure everyone gets the chance to fully play. I wanted you to know that you weren't waiting. Luigi's 3-2. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't think any 3-2s will make it. But I'm sure you did very well today. Three-two, gang. That was a connection failed. They actually connection failed. Three-two, gang. Riz, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Morpho and Kraken. Four-two? There was no 6th round. Wait, when did you play in round 6? They probably meant 4-1. Yeah, so people were asking, you know, can't we just make it 4 rounds? Once you add for every extra round, you make it so that there's a less of a chance for tiebreakers to matter. So people won't have to feel as upset, because now if you look at this on the surface level, because what happens is you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 people who all finished 3 and 2, but all the 4 ones are going to go on to the top 8. And then the system has to decide between those 6 people who were 3 and those 3 and 2 who moves on. So it's not, even if there was 1 or 2 slots, that would be if there was only 4 rounds, but less different numbers. Hard to explain. This is more fair. And it's easier for me to rig it all in my favor. But these players who are going 4-1 must be insane, right? That's how you get a crazy top 8. That's exactly what I'm saying. So the more you want to avoid too many people having the same amount of stats, and then the tiebreakers. Their gameplay has got to be insane. As for your brain, I can't attest to that. The Necrogooners, man, Master Duel meta. The people commenting on the tournament reports on Master Duel meta were so mad that the Necrogooners were allowed to exist in a rogue deck only format. And then we postponed Rogue Roulette anyway. Now, see, the problem that I'm having is, the Rogue Roulette doesn't demand enough of a presence for people entering for us to do 5 rounds of Swiss. So I'm better off just running the No Max C tournament. And then the next question becomes, do we just do Rogue Roulette for $5? 4 rounds of Swiss and a top 8 for $5? I don't know, that's something to think about too. Gosh. Luigi loves Rogue Roulette. Luigi, was you still playing that? Doomsday. They're busy necro-gooning. Not a there is, I know, Riz, there's still games going, that's why. The two people who are still going are both 3-1. So whoever wins that, one of them is going to be 4-1. And then they will be in 8th. Making What did I miss? Oh, you left a wonderful comment? I mean, did you just do that? Bro, I don't even want to open it up to see what they said. I think I shut... Can you just tell me if I shut the guy up? I don't know. I don't need to know what they said. Just tell me if I shut the guy up or not. I don't want to look at it. Stupid. Don't tell me he said some shit. I'm gonna go back there and start typing. It was really funny. No, I'm just being funny. This guy was saying, oh, you shouldn't let the players help you decide the ban list for your tournament. That's a terrible way to run things. All right, make your own tournament with blackjack and hookers then. Fuck the players, who cares? It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? They said, oh, this is a terrible way to run things. What do you want me to do? I don't know every deck. I can't ban every card. And then I say, let the people choose. It's just stupid. Okay. Turbo Trap Pile is what someone named their deck. We got Turbo Trap Pile in the top 8. Now I want to go back there and read what Luigi said, but I don't want to. I don't want to open it because then if I look at whatever this stupid person said, I just can't. Not today. Notes around. Oh, it's fine. Dangle? Is that even real? Yes, my bad. Let me hit the start button. Back to it. Rizzy and Tayo. The Fate Psych here. Oh. Okay. Is that working? Let's see. Oh, this is it. Rosella. What are we going to hold on to this Veiler for? Are we negating? Yes, we're going to Veiler negate the Murcielago. Now they Baron de Fleur. That Baron de Fleur has a 77% win rate at time of appearance. Okay, so Baron de Fleur negates the Poplar, but the Poplar puts itself into the back row. Talent. They're taking control of the Silvera, and that's going to flip all the opponent's monsters into face down defense position. It does not. They're unaffected. Let's see. They're unaffected because of the Chaos Angel was summoned with a light monster as material, and all of their synchro monsters are unaffected by the activated effects of opponent's monsters. Wanted. They get the Diabell, the Hollowed, sending the Wanted, and they summon Murcielago. Will they come back from this? They're not giving up. Oh. I thought they were going to be able to do it. It wasn't enough. We can see gain 2 with them right here. Snake Eye Ash getting impermed. The talent is not activatable. That oak is no good. That's a full field. What is one Link Karibo gonna do against all that? Damn. All because their Ash got impermed and they couldn't play through it. Crazy. All right, I was distracted doing something before. Now we're gonna lock in. We're gonna lock in on these barbecue chips. Bam. These are actually like the generic. These aren't even like the name brand. These are pretty good. Rylon, what is going on? Or would you like Rust-Oleum here? We're moving along here. This is round 5. And then we're going to pick the top 8 players to play out of that. And then we'll be playing some RuneScape later, if anyone wants to tune in for that. Spooky Dogwood is here making an appearance. I'm getting a lot of interaction on the YouTube videos about talking about the news of Vitaly, Russian prankster vlogger, going to jail, and people are loving it. And then the people are commenting from the Philippines saying that, that they love that he's going to jail. Stupid. And he was just harassing people and not even, just obviously being stupid, not even to be malicious or actually hurt people. Oh, Krylon, you gotta go look at the video the other day. Was it earlier? Oh yeah, well, so he stole a security officer's bike, but he didn't really steal it. He just sat on it and scooted it down the road and then gave it back to the security guy. He was just being stupid. But the thing is, like, yeah, obviously you don't do a crime, but he picked the worst place ever to possibly do this in, because the same place elected a president or a leader that said they were gonna kill all drug dealers, just flat out. They said Merry Christmas to all the drug dealers. They said Merry Christmas, and especially Merry Christmas to all the drug dealers, because it's gonna be your last Christmas. That's what they said. And then this guy thought it would be a good idea to go to that place and cause havoc. What an idiot. Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me. And for all this, it's going to be 24 years. He could be facing 24 years in prison for all this. And then the crazier part is because the apparently the system is so backed up over there. What was it? Yeah, he might be waiting 2 to 3 years for a trial. And the God. And the something else, but oh, I saw videos of the condition of the prison there, or the place he's staying in. It's god awful. And people are loving this video, so if you want to go see us talking about it, there's the video right there. Oh yeah, it's some kind of detention center. County jail. That might be a luxurious name for what he's sitting in. It's really funny. Arma cannon, we're gonna flip the whole field. Oh my gosh. Okay, we can flip some of them back up. Get flipping. Icky Vicky Doomsday. Doomsday. All right, Centurion, Impulse, Negate, Primera. We got Stand Up, Centurion. Nothing else to stop him. I'm surprised that was it. I guess that Impulse did good. Imperm, Negate. Their Laundry Dragon made Pot of Desires. Banish 10, draw 2. Balance of Judgment is crazy. Throwing for the content? We know a lot about throwing around here. Summon the Primera, get the Emeth. Link summon IP Masquerena. Okay, we placed the Emeth. Oh, the whole field is gone. Never mind. It's all gone. Opabinia. This Opabinia's got a 75% win rate. What do they do with it? We set Ice Dragon's prison? No, they send the prison. Now in a Coralin enemy. Summon the Cambro. Raster into the Zelantis. Their stuff's not coming back. That's not water. Druid Worm. Banish the Masquerena. The Zelantis clashes with the Druid Worm. All that to do the Zelantis. They're locked to water, right? I don't know how they set that up. There's a water lock of some sorts. And then the Zelantis removes everything. They can't bring it back because they can't summon it. What does the water lock? That's lethal damage right here. Emeth isn't enough. Oh, the thingy. Why are you upset, Bruno? What happened? All right, that didn't work. Oh, we'll see it. No spoilers. Blue eyes. Crimson Dragon's so crazy. We've been summoning the Crimson Dragon for like 6 months to a year now, right? It just always finds a new way, a new monster to abuse. I guess it's because of the Centurion that now the Crimson Dragon found a way to be useful. Yeah, so I did not like the Crimson Dragon from the beginning. Oof. The end and Trudea. It's a paleo game. All right, buckle up. Yeah, this is probably be a long one. We'll see you when that's over, Bruno. We're conserving our energy for that top 8. We'll be there soon. And that's when things are really going to heat up. We're Zeusing. Zeus it up. Top 8 soon. Very soon, actually. Do we Zeus right now? Oh, they have another way to clear it up. All right. What do they do? The rollback for the elemental burst. Wow. Yes. Oh man, Krylon, you're a legend. I appreciate that so much. That's the kind of support that we need. Today was a pretty good day. And I think this new system of Swiss, the way we're running the tournaments, is going to keep people more engaged. It'll be a better way for us to fund the prizes, and then hopefully we can grow the prizes. Like I was saying, the other people they'll understand more, but the way I was doing it before, single elimination was not the way. Not the way for us here. And it gives everyone more of a chance to play. This. I wasn't gonna pretend I know what's going on with Paleo. Hey. We're gonna set this top 8 up. I'm gonna mentally prepare myself. Top 8. We'll let Discord know we're going to top 8. Give me 1 second so we can get ready here. What do we even say about today? Dude, these people have been going for 5.5 to 6 hours. All right. Maxless Mayhem, no Max C tournament, free entry, no sub required. Today is the first day with today's the first day we've had a tournament with Primite in the game, and we've seen a lot of blue eyes. There's no blue eyes in front of me. Surprisingly, we have Labyrinth and Paleo. We're in the top 8. We played 5 rounds of Swiss to get here. Best of 3, no side deck. We have Trap versus Traps. We got Paleo going first. They are reasoning, milling it up. How many cards are we gonna send? We got 5, 6, 7, a lot, 8, 9, 10. They're milling. It's like they're gonna mill their whole deck. Mill. They did send transaction rollback, plus all of these traps that they have here. It's going to open up who knows how many different plays that they could do. There's like 30 cards in the grave. They just said, fine, I get it, oh, did they really disconnect? This is in the top 8. They played for hours just to get here. They literally said, I'd rather go to sleep than play against Paleo. You can have it. said I'd rather go to sleep than play against Paleo. All right. So we are off to a strong start here. Now, Krylon, you'll like this one. You know how tons of people, everyone plays RuneScape. Even if you take a break from it, you might have played back in the day. This is totally off topic. But I've never told you about this one. But I've added a role in the Discord server where they can get a role and I'll tag them whenever we're playing RuneScape. RuneScape player role. Nifty, right? Cross promoting. And that's a subtle reminder for anyone out there. If you like RuneScape, go get that role. Moving on to the next games here. We are going to watch this from Morpho's side, and they are 5-0. They won 5 matches and did not lose one single match at all in the Swiss rounds. So the Wishes, we get a Majesty and the Veiler. The Maiden is gonna put the True Light face up. Simultaneous Equation Cannon, banishing the entire field. We're gonna have to see that again, but we're gonna have to see game 2, I should say. And see what Blue Eyes can do going first. Spirit with Eyes of Blue. Get the Mausoleum. Maiden. All right. Tribute the Spirit to summon the Blue Eyes. They're setting up the Maiden for their synchro play. And now we get the Majesty and the Sage. Synchro summon. Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. They then tribute that to summon the Ultimate Spirit. Now, Chandragleer sending itself, and they discard Elemental Burst to set the Welcome Labyrinth from the deck. They're loading up. The Lordly Load. Game number 3. I gotta get the scores up there. We gotta do this. We'll do this. Everyone. That's right, Deny. And we got Blue Eyes that has gone 5-0 in the Swiss rounds to get here. They won 5 matches and did not lose a single match. And we're about to watch their game 3 right now. Yeah, I feel you, Rio. I'm not the biggest Blue Eyes fan. I like Dark Magician. So if they could somehow buff Dark Magician, that would be cool. I would like that. All right, we got Ash Blossom negating the Welcome Labyrinth. And they have a Veiler. But if you have a set card, you might not be able to target them, depending on the monster. Imperm negating the Primite. They still got a Trap Trick. What would they do with this? Plus the Impulse? Maybe Impulse the Spirit? Maiden. Discard. Oh, they are going to Impulse and negate the Spirit that would summon a Blue Eyes. Synchro summon the Spirit Dragon. Now Trap Trick. They chain the Spirit. Bam. This ultimate Spirit was a negate. Elvin, I'm happy to help. I know the audio on that video might not have been that great, but I hope you were able to learn something from that. Oh, on the Blue Eyes summon, I see what you mean. If they had chained the trap earlier, they would have stopped them from having the Spirit, right? Gotta reset these scores here. Elvin Lord, I appreciate you. Make sure to leave a comment and like that video. What card are you talking about, Rio? We got Bruno, Morpho. We're gonna have Kraken and Yugioh. Kraken, Yugioh. 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 Oh man, Blue Eyes? This is not the player who was 5-0. We just saw them and they did win. They're 6-0 right now, that Blue Eyes player. Insane. All right. Blue Eyes versus Goblin Biker. Goblin Biker has come all this way to the top 8 after 5 rounds of Swiss. So let's see here. Can I tell you about the stats and stuff here? We got Kraken and Yugioh. Kraken with the Goblin Biker. Goblin Biker went 5 and... wait. Goblin Biker went 4 and 1 in the Swiss rounds. So did the that's actually right. So today everyone who made it into the top 8 was 4 and 1. 4 wins and 1 loss. Some people were asking, could we only do 4 rounds of Swiss? But at that point there wouldn't be enough of a data to find out who the real top 8 was without having to use tiebreakers. So the more amount of matches that, or yeah, the more amount of rounds that you add, the less there is of a need for tiebreakers to be used at all. They banished themselves. Interesting play. True Light. All right, we're in the end phase. Equipping material to that Kabonga. Make it big. Drawing an Ogre. Oh, we Typhon. We're going to go into battle to take out that SP Little Knight, but they're going to suck up the Typhon. Yugioh. Kraken. Yugioh. Does Goblin Bikers hard counter opponents succeeds? Oh, they be sucking. It says if an Xyz monster on the field detaches a material. I don't know about hard countering, but they can take advantage of their opponents activating their effects and when they detach material. It doesn't. I don't think it's specify. It doesn't specify your monster. It says a Xyz monster on the field detaches a material. The Mach and X. Mach and X, we sucked them up. That's when we got sucking. Maybe there might be something else about the Goblin Bikers that I don't fully understand yet. We got Effect Veiler, negating the... No. Called by the Grave, negating the Veiler that was trying to negate the Spirit. The Kabonga is big. The player on top did win game number 1. I put that score up there. Are we gonna... Oh no, there's no lethal. This is turn 1. We got a Spirit Dragon, the Maiden, bring back a Blue Eyes from the grave. They're gonna have double Spirit Dragons. The Spirit Dragon says that neither player can special summon 2 or more monsters at the same time. That shuts off Flamberge, and not just Flamberge, but the Pendulum summons as well. You can't Pendulum summon 2 or more monsters at the same time if they got a Spirit Dragon. Can Big Kabonga affect Paleo Xyz because it does not specify the monster detaches? They say that It detaches, they say the player detaches? That's a really good question. Big Gabonga versus Paleo? I don't know. I guess if it's Gabonga is big enough. If material is detached from a monster on the field, you can target one face-up monster on the field except this card, attach it to this card as material. Oh, we do suck it up as material. Paleo? I don't know. I don't know if I'm a paleo certified to answer that question. They're immune to monster effects? I don't think the Gabonga would be able to do it then. Paleo remains immune. Yeah, all right. This is game number 3 in the top 8. We got a Fiendsmith line here. They're gonna summon the Lurie. Link that into a Requiem, tribute to summon Engraver. Engraver will return Requiem from the grave to the deck to summon. And now Veiler negating the sequence. But now they got their Goblin Biker plays. But there's another Veiler. Why don't they do their... Oh, here's the Fuelos. And we're gonna draw 1. They didn't draw for the Fuelos? Oh, the Fuelos is negated by Ash. The Spirit's gonna get the Mausoleum. The Mausoleum will do nothing. We send the Blue Eyes. Okay, we tribute the Spirit to summon the Blue Eyes, go into battle, take out that little knight. Engraver is back. They banished it. Now it's Goblin Biker time. Whip out that big Gabonga. Goblin Biker, big Gabonga. Getting the duo charger. They'll detach a material. We're summoning the who? The who is this? Well, now it's a moon, but this is the mean merciless. I don't know my Gabongas. I mean my bikers. How many times can you do that? Is this lethal? It's not lethal damage, leaving them with just 500 life points left. Typhon. Oh, Typhon into the scoop. They're not, it's because it's a private room. We're not actually lowering the win rate of Typhon. It was just a reflex. This is the final match in the top 8. Oh, Typhon players trying to increase that win rate is it's a hard task. Blue eyes, white dragon. Okay, there's no spirit dragon. So I was wondering, would there be snake eyes here in the top 8 with blue eye, primite blue eyes all over the place? If the spirit dragon is making it so they can't summon 2 monsters at the same time, no Flamberge. You cannot activate the Flamberge effect in the graveyard. Ash, negate the original. Maiden of White. They're setting up the True Light and the Roar. They're roaring, but they're ashen. What was it before? We had Paleo and what? I don't remember because the person surrendered. Paleo and Labyrinth. We got Blue Eyes, Paleo, Lab, Blue Eyes, Biker. Biker. Blue Eyes. Snake Eyes. Blue Eyes. Paleo? Paleo Lab? We had Paleo? Wait. We had Paleo Lab. Lab. Paleo. Snake Eyes. I think the rest is Blue Eyes. Oh, Goblin Biker, thank you. How can I forget the big Gabongas? Lab. I need to write it all out. Oh wait, how does Blue Eyes? How did they handle that? Oh, you have to make the Doom Dragon to push back the spirit, but they didn't even have the spirit. I don't think they had it. So just get lucky that they don't summon the Spirit Dragon. That's your play. Snake Eye Fiendsmith, Goblin Biker, Paleo Lab, Paleo, and 3 Blue Eyes. I'll put maybe on the pie chart For the picture of Blue Eyes, I'll put Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon because it's 3 of them. Maybe we'll see how it looks. Actually, hopefully I don't have to make it, because if I have to make it, it'll take way too long. I'll do the base of it and then I send it to someone. They're gonna help me out. So Snake Eyes, 1 game 1. Blue Eyes should get to choose to go first. And that's exactly what's going to happen. We got the Sage that gets impermed. And they got a Sage already. They could have maybe searched for the Veiler through their combo, right? And then they got another imperm to negate their Sage. When does it end? Well, that's when the turn ends, because the talent's not activatable. No monster effect was activated. But the question is, where do they imperm and where do they Veiler? You could imperm sequence, the Doom Dragon, pushing back the Spirit. We got the Snake Eye Ash negated by the Veiler, but that wasn't even enough. Did we just go into maintenance? What happened? No, my game bugged out. No, my game bugged out. We're all fine. No, there's no maintenance. It'd be crazy, though. Impeccable Sin, what is going on? Thank you for joining us today. We are in the top 8 of a tournament with no Max C after 5 rounds of Swiss. Here we are. Get microwaved. Man, that was funny back in those days. Yusef Tomioka. What are we watching now? Oh, that was a 2-0 victory. Snake Eyes going to the top 4. Watch the Snake Eyes again. Okay. Oh man, Sin, we're going back too far for some of these kids. All right, top 4. Thank you, Bruno. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. That's what we're here for. I'm glad that we found a format that balances keeping everyone playing and a good top cut. All right, we're going to keep watching Snake Eyes, and they're going to play against Blue Eyes. We're in the top 4 now. Give me just 1 second here. So we got Snake Eyes versus Blue Eyes, and we actually want to see how does Snake Eyes do going second against Blue Eyes when they have the Spirit Dragon on the field, and the Spirit Dragon says that neither player, I believe, or something, it's either your opponent or neither player can summon 2 or more monsters at the same time. So basically what I'm saying is you can't activate the Flame Bridge. I'll have to look at the exact wording on the card. Let's see where it is. We can't see it there. Are they playing the Spirit? Of course they are. The Spirit Dragon says neither player can summon 2 or more monsters at the same time. They should let me zoom in on the text of the card. I never played I didn't play much sports games, Madden or anything like that. Back then I was playing shooters. Halo. All right. Let's keep this going here. Wanted will search for the Diabell. They're gonna now bonfire. Is this really the plague? But I guess so. Summon the Ash. Ash will get negated by Imperm. There's still a Veiler waiting. I think they just bank on them having the Veiler. Linkuriboh. They're gonna discard Infinite Impermanence to summon Diabell Star. Getting the original that'll send the Linkuriboh to summon Poplar. Oh, they set up the Linkuriboh in the graveyard so that it was ready to help the Poplar dodge a Veiler. Very nice, Yusef. We got the Doom Dragon. They could do the Moon here, so now they're gonna Moon. Link that into a Requiem. Tribute. And we got a whole Fiendsmith play here. Send in the Ash and the Requiem, summon an Oak. That's how they made up a material there. Fusion Summon using the sequence, Desiree. And now Promethean Princess. There's only 3 cards in the Blue Eyes player on top's hand. So I think the only chance that Blue Eyes, I should say Snake Eyes, has against Blue Eyes is going first. Going second might be tough. We'll see. Apollo negating the Primite. They're going to link that into the Spirit. They already have the mod. Did they search the Mausoleum? I don't know, but they get the Mausoleum. They had it. They activated. The Maiden is negated by the Apollo. And Morpho with Blue Eyes on top was 5-0. They might have lost a game, but they didn't lose one single match in the Swiss rounds. It might have been Reflex. When you're playing for this long, they had to play through 5 rounds of Swiss just to get here. That's 5 matches, best of 3. That could be 2 to 3 games per match. They at least played probably 10 to 15 games to get here. They've been playing for 6.5 hours. And these are high intensity matches. These are both top players here, and not just right now. All of these players that we're gathering together here. And we can learn from their plays. So we got Imperm negating the Sage. They don't save that for the Spirit? I guess not. Well, can the Spirit, is the quick Spirit quick effect to dodge? No. But we get so we get the Wishes. They have the Mausoleum. They did not activate a monster effect, so the talent is not activatable. No hand trap to stop him. Maybe they wanted the Flamberge for next turn. Oh no. I actually wanted to see how that went. But they didn't even get the chance to get to Flamberge. So I guess Snake Eyes stonks her down. I don't know if this is over-representation of Blue Eyes, but there's only one Snake Eye Fiendsmith in the top 8 today. Makes me wish I was qualified to do a video on YouTube, a YouTube video about how to play Blue Eyes, but I simply am not qualified for that. I'm not a Blue Eyes enthusiast. Ash, negate, zombie, vampire. If I had, you know, extra funds to spend on the gems, sure, I would do it, but it's not worth it for me. I don't know how I feel about the Desiree. We'll see though. Where are they going to use the Desiree to negate up to 2 cards? Now here they do it. Negate the Drill Beam and the Lordly Load. Let's see if this works. Oh, that plus the Nibiru could actually do something here. And here it is, Nibiru, Tribute the Field. They didn't have a way to negate the Nib. True Light, set the Majesty. Okay, the Tyrant attacking, destroying the Nibiru. It slowed them down. It wasn't enough though. And that is Blue Eyes winning game 3. And why did I call it top 4? It's semifinals, but they're going to the finals. All right, we're gonna reset these scores. This is the semifinals. We got Paleo versus Goblin Biker. Goblin Biker going first. Whipping out that big gabonga. What else are we gonna do here? Now we go for the moon. After you whip out your gabonga, you moon Requiem to now we do a Fiendsmith line. But in the middle of that, we're gonna go back into our Goblin Bikers. All right, we're biking. Goblins, Crazy Beast. Now you Fiendsmith sequence. This is quite a line you've got here, Kraken. Oh, Desiree. Okay. Get that Doug Charger. They're Duggan. IP Masquerena. IP Masquerena is such a crazy card. They're gonna equip the sequence to the Desiree. So that's that could negate up to 2. Ash negate the tune. Little Knight. They're gonna banish one of those set cards. I mean, it could be something, but they're doing this in the main phase. Maybe you might want to wait till the end phase to do this. Get that, keep that toggle on. They're in the main phase. We can see it. Maybe wait till the end phase. It didn't even matter. What did they choose to banish? They chose Paleozoic Morella. Yeah, that would be tough. And game number 2 here. Does anyone do graphic design? Like nothing too crazy. Video picture editing. You'll see in a moment if you're hanging out what I gotta do. Infinite Impermanence, negating Laundry Dragon Maid. We got oh, Paleo's getting another chance here. Game 2 in the semifinals after 5 rounds of Swiss. All these players in the top 8 were 4-1 to get here, and there was one 5-0 player. Z Almond. They're adding the Foxy Tune. Link Summon. Here's the sequence. Desiree. Seen a lot of Desiree today. I'm more of a Lacrima summon the Engraver for the body to summon an Apollo rather than do the Desiree. I like Apollo over Desiree. I guess that's it. Maybe it's not the way though. Ever since the beginning, I have not been on the Desiree train. Maybe I'll have to adapt my ways. Because it's clearly what these top players are doing. Desiree is more versatile. Okay, yeah, I could see that. What do they draw? Olenoids? Yeah. 2-0 victory. But that was very cool. Paleo. Very nice. Getting that far today. Through a timer and everything. Fighting the timer all day. For hours. All right. We're in the finals. Maxless Mayhem. No Max C. The first day we're having a tournament with Primite in the game. And we got Blue Eyes in the finals, going first against Goblin Biker. We got the Ether Barrel setting the drill beam. I'm not a Blue Eyes enthusiast. Where are we gonna Ash and where are they gonna Ogre? The Wishes? They Ash the Wishes. What about an Ogre? Is there a place for you to Ogre Blue Eyes? It does not seem so. Magnuma will banish the Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, and in the end phase, it's gonna search for a Druis Worm. Veiler, negate the Xiamen, and maybe the emergency teleport can play through that. No, we're going right into battle. They're gonna Magnuma into battle to force the Druis. Oh my gosh, no, force the seal to tribute itself. But now in the battle phase, Druis Worm banish the seal. They're gonna banish the seal so that it doesn't activate its effect in the grave to summon a dragon from the deck. Now that they've gotten rid of the interruption of the seal, they're gonna whip out their crazy beast. So not the Gabonga. Drill Beam is attempting to banish the crazy beast, but the Grand Breakout is gonna tribute the beast and summon a Goblin Biker Gone Wild. They're going wild from the deck. The Gone Wild summons Dog Charger, and then the Dog Charger gets the Grand Entrance. Now emergency teleport summons the Yaman. They're gonna overlay those into a big Gabonga. This Gabonga is freaking big. Big Gabonga going second against Blue Eyes. What was the secret here? Just having a freaking ton of gas? Well, it's insane. Ash Blossom was the secret. And now we're in the second main phase, going for a Fiendsmith sequence. It's not a line, it's a sequence. A Fiendsmith sequence. So, Blue Eyes lost in game 1. They're gonna choose to go first, and they're kind of bricked here, but they got a Jet Dragon, Droll, and an Infinite Impermanence. The Lordly Load is gonna get the Ether Barrel, summon the Ether, setting the Drill Beam. That's a banish, right? Infinite Impermanence, negate the Spirit. Banish. Yeah, it's a negate plus a banish. It's a lot. Blue Eyes, White Dragon. Link that into the seal. Seal it up. The seal did not work for them last time because there's when they attributed it, it was banished by Bestial. Now they're drolling. These plays don't, this turn one here doesn't seem too crazy, but that droll was powerful. So we got the barrel set in another load. Huh. Now we spirit to get a mausoleum. And that spirit will tribute to bring out a blue eyes into battle. Where's the spirit dragon and the gates and stuff? Well, we got a solemn judgment and an imperm. Tract. They're gonna drill beam and banish the tract. Oh, and it negates it. Okay. So solemn judgment negate the emergency teleport, and then they're gonna tribute. Oh, the seal attributes the blue eyes to return ash to the hand. All they got is a set cross out designator. It's like they checked out. They don't even. They stopped trying. I wonder why they didn't even try setting the call by, you know? They're 1-1 in the finals. They are still playing the finals right now. They've literally been playing for 7 hours. No, it's been 7 hours. From round 1 to the finals, it's been 7 hours. Blue Eyes and Purge. I think we saw someone with that earlier today. The Purge conflicts with Ash Blossom. Well, if it conflicts with Ash Blossom, I would definitely do it. This whole game revolves around Maxi and Ash Blossom. Ash first, yeah. Dude, I'm actually surprised they're still going. The fact that they're still going, it must be a crazy game. I really do think that playing Swiss is going to help us with the growth that we need. But I also need everyone's help to get back on track. Because we took a break from streaming. Well, I didn't even want to take a break. I was forced to take a break from streaming for like a week or two. Just a week and a half, maybe. We got to come back from that. Momentum was lost. We're getting back in the groove, though. Krylon, thank you. That's what I'm talking about. Oh. No, Krylon, I'm not playing. Just covering it. And I don't want to win and then someone feels bad. And or even if I just beat someone and then they're mad at me. All right, game 3 in the freaking finals. Ash. No, Engraver. There was no Ash. But we have a Veiler to negate the Gabonga. But there's a Cold Buy to negate the Veiler that's trying to negate them. No negate. Well, the Cold Buy negates. That's the final negate. Whip out that Gabonga. Game 3 in the finals. Goblin Biker versus Blue Eyes. After 5 rounds of Swiss. Lacrima is gonna summon the Engraver from the graveyard so they can summon a wave. High King Caesar. I love it. Plus an Apollo. Will we see a Caesar plus an Apollo? Now Masquerena. All right, no Apollo yet. They could summon an Apollo or a Little Knight, whatever the situation calls for. The wave High King Caesar's 2 special summon negates plus Imperm. And then they have a second Imperm. And the Gabonga could suck up a monster on the field that has material. And then the Masquerena could do... It could do a 4 material Apollo if it wanted to, right? But it might do just 2 material Apollo. Or it could do a Little Knight with a double banish. So there's going to be 8... This is like an 8 to 10 disruption end board. Spirit. It's gonna get impermed. It's crazy. There's double imperm columns right now. the Grand Breakout will banish, and it's going to, when a monster declares an attack, you can banish this card from your graveyard and attach any number of materials from Goblin Xyz monsters you control. All monsters your opponent currently controls lose 1,000 attack for each material detached. So we had a hidden extra disruption this whole time in a battle trap. Oh, and we're sucking up. It all comes together. They're in the second main phase, IP Masquerena, and they will summon the Little Knight to banish the Maiden. Oh no, banish the True Light. But the Maiden was targeted by the Goblin Bikers Gone Wild. Caesar negates the Maiden. And that's it. Goblin Biker winning first place with no Max C? It's crazy. Dude, the Gabongas were too big, man. Insane. If anyone wants to watch these players what? Something just happened. I don't know what it was. If anyone wants to see watch those players replays in the duel room, that's the room code right there. And that was awesome. YouTube. Well, not. That's funny. The Yugioh YouTube channel, not my alternate channel, which you could be joining us on. I got an alternate YouTube channel, that you can be joining us on, but I will have to end the YouTube stream. But I got the other YouTube channel you can join us on, like I said. This is just for algorithm purposes to preserve the Yu-Gi-Oh channel. Wait, where can I find that? YouTube. Oh, fudge. Psycheer, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Yes, Kraken, you too as well. Kraken, that was you, right? Just message me on Discord. We'll get you taken care of. Bruno, thank you. And if you guys are able to, leave the stream running in the background. 1% volume, you won't even know we're there. Yes, Bruno, there will be tournament tomorrow, same time. We like to keep things consistent here, so you know when to be here. 6 p.m. EST, same time. So I will see if you can't hang out now, I will see you then. Bring your friends, tell them to watch the stream. Mac, you'll never believe. Guess who won? For real. You'll never believe it. YouTube channel. No one won, dude. It was crazy, bro. Alright, so I figured it out. YouTube, that is the link to my alternate channel. Wait, can I just do that? I don't know, maybe it's a... Oh wait, it disconnected or something. You guys can't get it. Alright, YouTube, if you can find it, you can find it. If not, peace out. We out. Let's keep going though. All right, the other YouTube, you're still there. No one won, Mac. It was crazy. They both timed out at the same time. They both simultaneously timed out. No, for real though, Goblin Biker won. It's kind of insane. No. No shot. No. That's pretty good. Does anyone do graphic design? Oh, Drafts could probably do this. Okay. So I do the base of it all. But then I need someone to put the card arts over the circle and the pie chart. Look how I had to do it. You'd laugh at me. Look at how I did this. They're just hidden underneath each other. Very poorly. Yugioh. It's crazy. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's something I'm missing. 3 Blue Eyes, 4 Goblin Biker, Paleo. Oh, Snake Eye. Mac, Goblin Biker won. After 5 rounds of Swiss. An obscure deck. Oh, I know, an obscure deck, right? That's funny. Looks good? I think it looks good. Yes, Bruno, thank you. Get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. We need to find a graphic designer to do this. What about different fonts? That's kind of cool. Correct, right? Snake Eye Fiendsmith, Goblin Biker, Paleo Lab, Paleo, and 3 Blue Eyes. I think we're good with that. Does anyone have any videos for us to watch? It always gives me this thing,
we are
bro.
here with a Skatizo guy for Old School RuneScape. Back again with another bot.
Hey, that's us right there. What? Do my, yeah, I mean, it's not worth it. No, wait. We'll go back Master Duel. If anyone has any videos for us to watch, let me know. Win a duel, normal summon, activate a trap. We can do that. Wait, there's a dual trial? What is this? Loner deck. Centurion. Oh, okay. They just want to sell you the new stuff. Wow, they were really direct about it too. They didn't even try and make it interesting. I don't think that's even gonna count as an activation. What is this? You can add... No, it's fine. Why is that on the end of there? Oh, we're not in a category, that's why. Where do I imperm now? We didn't see Necro equip all day today. Did I not post it there? I definitely did not. Nice. Very strong plays here. Is that 2 traps? No, it's only... Damn. I gotta activate another trap. The first person surrendered before my trap would even finish activating. Yeah. What happened? Hog. Are we in? We're in. Man, this is just so disgusting. They won't even. Oh my god. Man. What, you flip skill drain in a macrocosmos? People just surrender nowadays? I miss the days when people had a backbone and a spine. You know? Most self-question. Oh my gosh. What, you flip a macrocosmos and an anti-spell and everyone says you're the devil? What do you want me to do? Just playing the game the way it's intended. They told me to activate a trap. Oh, I just judgment my... I mean, it works. But that negated the activation of the first one, though. Oh shit, we're doing fucked. Bori? Wait, I'm gonna activate Gray's full tier. And I'm gonna give them evenly matched. There you go. Have a good day. Oh, how many was last week? I don't know. Oh, I know here. Oh. I have to fix that. Is this game not over yet? Oh, it's over. How do I make this look right? Less spacing. More spacing. Less? That's it. That's it. Oh, we lost our 4-win streak. Normal summon. We're actually gaming now? Holy crap. We play through this Veiler. Damn, we don't play through this though. Who was gonna tell me Goblin Biker was spaced out all wrong? Letter spacing is 0. Okay. Goblin Biker. Who taught the goblins how to bike? Goblin Bicker. Push. Oh, how do I delete this whole time? Bro, how do I delete this? But I don't know if I can do that again. Fine. End date, yes. No, no, no. Oh wait, Fuelos. Oh wait, we just rolled. Wait, we just Fuelos. What are we doing? Not paying attention right now. Well, it stopped anyway. Can the engraver take out the Requiem, the Fenrir? No. We have to with the... Oh, that's how they do it. Roll. Wipe it all away. Oh. That they just bring it all back. Dude, this game's still not over, bro. Wow, they still didn't end this? Well, this is actually a pretty good card. But we don't have a chance here. I just want the game to be over. For the mission. Goblin Biker winning first place today is crazy. The Big Gabonga. Gabonga go crazy. Send. It's fine. Oh, yeah, I can't do that. Damn, no. We could have played, maybe. I got you a room. I don't know. This is room with tournament matches in it. Bro. No. Man, we're bricking over here. I hope we don't brick. Bruh. This could work. This is actually a pretty good end board. Not too bad. Duster? Bruh. What kind of blue eyes is this? Chaos form? Is this real? Kamioka? What is up? How'd you play without joining? I mean, how did you play without following? How'd they do that? This could work. Yeah. Ahmed's already been here. That was close. I don't want to do that. Oh shit. Yeah, we had to do that anyway, so. What am I sending? Oh, we can send this guy. All right. Send the field spell? Yeah, I know, but the field spell, there'd be nothing to return. Damn, bro. I bricked pretty bad. We're gonna have to. We have to. Oh no, this is not good actually. This sucks. It does nothing. Huh. Crazy. I'm super bricked up right now. Yeah, I'm sorry. Do we lose? Yes. Give me another game. Hopefully I can do better in the next game. Let me go first. Damn. Do over there? Wait though. It's trying to load. Try another table. Yeah, all right. No? I don't think they want to play again. This mad work, bro. Oh, Ahmed, you're fine. No worries. I'm just having fun. I'm literally working on sending the tournament report to Master Duel Meta right now. Kraken. Morpho. Wait, we got Kraken, Morpho. Use. The End. Bruno. Kamioka. Yahaya. Dr. Doom. Alright. Droll. Well, Fiendsmith does well through Droll, so you're fine. Go, bro. Go this way. Ver 12 disruption end board. That's some serious stuff, Ahmed. Amioka. Just copy that. No rush, Ahmed, but how long do you think it would take for you to do that picture thing? Yeah, I'm kind of wasting that time. Definitely Twitch. Exactly right. That's right, Tommy Oak. It's a regular ban list. Oh, man. What do we do now? No one's got any cool videos for us to watch? There's a channel in the Discord server for people to post videos for us to watch on stream if anyone has anything. Just for I got you, Ahmed. We can play again. Let me go first though. I hope I get to play this time. Oh, Sam. Give me a remote. It's funny. Like, wait, what was that? Nothing you gotta worry about. Dude, are we getting drolled this crazy, bro? Droll is not once per turn, and it's not even once per chain. So that the second Droll will resolve before they negate the second one. I got it, Ahmed. Oh, that thing can't be destroyed, bro. Alright, whatever. I forgot about that. Alright. We'll do it this way. I don't know why it took me so long to not brick. It was very unlucky. But good games. We can play again and you can go first. What do I do now? We did everything. Good one. Oh, okay. Damn. I wonder if they're in the game. Oh, that's crazy. They're in the game. They're in the game with no one. I'm spectating a game of my... I'm spectating a live game. I should not have clicked this. What are we going into? I just clicked spectate on a game of myself that I got kicked out of. That was weird. All right, this is it. Oh, I forgot to do the Orthros. It's fine. Kind of. But we'll give them 200 life points. We're gonna give them 200. I want them to know who they're dealing with. We'll give them the chance. And we let them know who they're dealing with. Oh, man. We still added triple uses. Seen it. We saw a spooky dog win the tournament today. They're catching up. That's true. Everyone else is catching up to triple. You'll never guess who won. Add a fiend. You get 2 guesses, 3 guesses. Wait. Okay, no, stop. Drytron. I'll give you back that guess if I can show you. If I'll give you 2 guesses if I show you the pie chart. Is that a deal? All right, so look at the pie chart and guess who won. You get 2 guesses. Think about it. We have Snake Eye Fiend Smith, Paleo, Labyrinth, Paleo Lab, Goblin Biker, and Blue Eyes. Engraver? It's the Gabonga 1. Who was in second? Blue Eyes. Oh, damn. Just droll again, the card that brought us all here. Triple, you got a replay for us? Let's see it. What do we summon here? Oh, a Requiem. Alright. No hand trap tournament? That would be crazy. Well, then it's just everyone has to play board breakers, right? It's like making a whole new format. Did we see this one? The earlier one? It was good games, Ahmed. Thank you. Why you know what? Oh. Because if you take away all the hand traps, all the end boards will be insane. We got the Necro Gooners gooning it up. And I'm bringing back the reruns to help fund the tournament prizes. So if you see that and want to watch those, that would be awesome. Are we just gonna summon a Red Eyes Dragoon and then get popping? Sphere moding? No way. Alright, so there's a Max C. But we're gonna Throne. We could bait the Ash of the Commandment, bait their negate. Maybe there's no negate. How do we get this Red Eyes fusion to work? Fury of Karyushin. Okay. Cosmic Blazer. Ah, the droplet negate. Then now they do the Red Eyes fusion and they're negated. You can pop. Afterburners. And they burn for damage equal to their... It's the original attack. But now how do we finish them off for that last 1500? Is it going to be an OTK? Destroying the what? Oh, the true light's gone. And now you attack directly. Oh. Vetman, what is going on? I did my missions. That's right, we are live with it, Venom. That's right, OTK, right on through it. Get another game going. Oof. You trolling? Going second against Voiceless? Do they even care about the droll? They don't care about the droll when they got a cold by. Man, how many coin flips have we lost in a row? Man, now we're waiting for DD support because everyone else blows us out of the water. When did this happen? Yeah, triples, right. It's the same decks every time. There was a lot of blue eyes today. Well, I showed you. Well, surprisingly, there was Paleo Lab. I'm good at Matt. I think we're about to be done with Master Duel anyway. Probably time to play RuneScape. Unless anyone has any cool videos for us to watch. We need videos, reaction videos. Give us content. That's what we need right now. Do we... Let's see what this does here. Do we not have game sound? You guys have game sound. I don't think I do. Horror movies? No. What is that? What you thought of reaction? No, bro. We need content that creates a conversation that we can talk about. And then I can take those videos and post them on YouTube. And then people will comment their thoughts on those YouTube videos. Engagement bait. Come on. This is 2025. Come on. Oh, I wasn't supposed to do this. Fuck. The only way this works is if I draw a maxi, bro. I just threw away a whole disruption. Did I not search? Well, see, Ahmed, you gotta summon the Wave High King Caesar. That protects from Nibiru. He said for summoning a Nibiru on board. Oh, man. Bro, I fucked this up. Yes, that is right, Tamioka. That's why we do the deck submissions. Yeah, I would play DDD and Duel Links, and it would burn us a lot. Damn, they're getting rid of our Caesar. The contracts burn when burn half your life points away. This is kind of scary. The Dragoon is kind of scary. Damn. Wow, we're like out of gas. Oh man, too much sometimes. Bathroom, 2 minutes, BRB. Crazy games. All right. Duel Links? I haven't played Duel Links in so long. It's funny you say that. We'll do this. That's settling in. Did that. We need that. Yeah, we could do that. Oh, wait, wait. Oh, okay. Where's my videos? Oh, that's weird. Does anyone have any videos for us to watch? Great interviewer gets justice. Yeah, we talked about this, Krylon. He's the best, dude. He's so funny. That's true. We gotta put that in
To the latest on yesterday's helicopter crash in the Hudson. A family of 5 from Spain visiting.
Wait, that might be too loud. My bad.
New York to celebrate a pair of birthdays, and a military veteran at the controls all sadly died when the aircraft literally fell into an area of the river only 5 feet deep.
Crazy.
The head of the NTSB says that they won't speculate on a cause, and there are critical pieces of the helicopter still in the water. But a source familiar with the matter told CBS News it appears a rotor blade broke, setting off a deadly chain of events. We have team coverage on this crash tonight. Derek Waller has some new information on the victims. Let's begin our coverage with Alicia Reed, who has the latest on the investigation.
Oh, bro, I feel rest in peace to those people. It's terrible.
River, and the National Transportation Safety Board's investigative team has begun working to determine what happened first and how. NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendi says the main body landed in about 5 feet of water, but some parts may have fallen where it's 75 feet deep with low visibility. Divers are still looking for
the main rotor, the main transmission, the roof structure, and the tail structure.
The Bell 206 L4 helicopter was on a tour of the New York City skyline when a preliminary investigation shows a rotor may have broken off, leading to the helicopter shaking uncontrollably before plunging into the water.
3 working theories. There was the birds discussion, there was drone discussion, and mechanical failure discussion.
Tech CEO Agustin Escobar, his wife Merche Camprubi Montal, and their 3 young children from Spain were killed. 36-year-old pilot and veteran Sean Johnson also lost his life.
We do have the logbooks for the pilot. The pilot held a commercial pilot certificate with rotorcraft and instrument ratings.
Since 1977, 38 people have died in helicopter crashes in New York City, according to the Associated Press.
The FAA needs to really step up at this moment to provide additional oversight. There was a report from the National Transportation Safety Board that said these specific helicopters
this is just wild.
When they don't need to have the
it's
same
not. I don't even know how to explain this.
Revenue-generating aircrafts.
Mayor Adams says many business leaders use helicopters to navigate the city, and it's also a large part of tourism.
We had 65 million tourists that came into the
I
city
know
last
someone
year.
who would fly those helicopters, actually. I live in this area.
Being in New York, people want to see the city from the sky.
This was the first full day of the NTSB's investigation, where they examined the wreckage, including the engine. And there's more to be retrieved from the Hudson River. The chair says that this investigation will take time, and they will not speculate on what could have happened. In Jersey City, Alicia Reed, CBS News, New York.
And also tonight, loved ones of the family who died shared a letter this evening. Derek Waller now continues our coverage.
They were here for a birthday trip. It was one of the child's birthdays today.
It was a birthday getaway to New York City, capping a business trip in Pennsylvania for 49-year-old Siemens executive Augustine Escobar. On social media, family members of the deceased posted this heartfelt message in Spanish that reads in part, "We would like to express our deepest gratitude for the massive outpouring of condolences and support received in recent hours. There are no words to describe what we are experiencing, nor to express our gratitude for the love we have received." We're also learning more about the pilot. 36-year-old Sean Johnson was a veteran of the U.S. Navy, having served from 2006 to 2018.
Yes, I know,
Then
Ghost.
last
You can
summer,
get
he
into
took a
that
job
too,
working
right?
as a co-pilot
I heard a lot of people
for an
talking
aerial
about that.
firefighting operation.
Executive of company just you know, it's fucked up.
Let me get your face in there while you're ringing it. Oh.
Earl
Like, they
Waters,
disappeared
seen
this guy,
through
you know
his
what I'm saying?
Facebook
With the
videos
guy's
and
family,
photos,
that's fucked
was
up.
Sean's boss, his mentor, but also a dear friend.
He was, you know, first off, an incredible friend. He had really good pilot skills for his point in his career where he was for his experience level. He was above average for sure. And most importantly, he would help anybody.
Sean's heartbroken father also posting on Facebook this simple message: "I love you, son." And relatives of the Spanish family who died also shared in their statement that they've begun the process of repatriating the remains of their loved ones back to Spain. They also said that they will share details about funeral arrangements in the coming days. I'm Derek Waller, CBS News, New York.
Rest in peace. You never know when it could be over. And Amazon sellers, who cares?
In this tiny warehouse in Northern California, Dusty Kenny is getting her products ready to sell on Amazon.
We make baby spoons, baby placemats, bento boxes, bowls, plates, cups, and we manufacture them in China, and they come via sea in all these boxes here.
But now Kenny is facing a giant additional cost, a 125% tariff on all her goods coming from China.
We have tens of thousands of products here in this warehouse. And when you add a tariff to all of that, and you're trying to absorb that for your customer to not raise prices on them, that adds up to an astronomical amount.
On April 2nd, Trump announced big, aggressive tariffs, a 10% baseline on nearly all imports to the U.S. and far steeper rates on many nations.
In a few moments, I will sign a historic executive order instituting reciprocal tariffs on countries throughout the world. Reciprocal, that means they do it to us and we do it to them.
This is my life.
To them.
This is how
It's so funny the way he said it. To them.
Stocks tumbled amid fears of reciprocal tariffs, rising prices, and slowing consumer spend. Although Trump did put a 90-day pause on tariffs for some countries on April 9th,
prices will go up in the short term. There's no doubt about it.
CNBC sat down with 8 U.S. businesses who sell on Amazon to find out how the new tariffs are having an impact on their prices, their competitors in China, and their customers' willingness to spend. Tariffs have been around since America's early days. But since the creation of the federal income tax in 1913, they've become a smaller and smaller portion of federal revenue, with some notable moments of tariff increases along the way. By the 2010s, the average tariff was just 1 to 3%. Then Trump sent tariffs soaring during his first term, taxing steel and aluminum from U.S. allies, threatening tariffs on Mexico and Canada, and launching a trade war with China. Sound familiar?
Brands come to us panicked about tariffs. We started talking to our clients about recommending getting out of China a long time ago when the first rounds of tariffs came in. And then Biden became president. We said, Biden's not going to remove it.
Sure enough, most of Trump's first-term tariffs continued under Biden. And now Trump's back. He started with a 10% tariff on most Chinese goods in February. China retaliated with an added 15% tariff on some U.S. imports. Trump raised the China tariff to 20% on March 4th.
Well, I think that's why they
new 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada went into effect.
I was in
They kind of like really rushed all this tariff shit all in nowhere. But that's why they're now doing the 90-day pause for the countries who did not retaliate with any other extra tariffs. If they worked with the United States, then the United States would postpone the tariffs for 90 days until they work out a better deal.
bit of shock, and I was very sudden. We have to stop everything. We cannot afford selling goods anymore.
Portable Winch Co. has been making its car winches in Canada for more than 20 years and simply driving them an hour to the U.S. border for duty-free shipping to American customers, until now.
Driving them an hour for duty-free shipping, that's pretty cool.
The U.S. is a growing market for us. It represents like 22% of our sales. We are questioning ourselves if we just move our focus to Europe. Is it really a negotiation tactic? Maybe. I hope so. I sincerely hope so.
Then on April 2nd, Trump made his biggest move yet, reciprocal tariffs on 180 countries.
So we've actually been slowly lowering these tariffs over time. You can see 1920 we raised them up, then the third 1935 maybe they got super high, we lowered them, bumped up, then we lowered them.
With an average rate the highest it's been since the Great Depression. There's a blanket 10% tariff on nearly all imports.
That's why it's all a negotiation piece. I think that everyone knows what would happen if these tariffs were to really go into place. And something does have to change where we have to take back manufacturing, or just prices have to get better somehow, some way. I don't even know if it's actually that big of a problem, but it must be if they're onto all this. So we're all hurting, and someone's got to figure out a way to make us not hurting. Maybe this could be the solution. It'll help. Now it's not going to stay, and no one wants it to stay. So that's why I don't think it's no one wants the outcome. So it's not actually, the effects aren't gonna matter because it's not gonna stay.
And big tariffs in Asia.
I'd be surprised.
32% on Taiwan, 46% on Vietnam, 49% on Cambodia. Although Trump did put a pause on tariffs for some countries on April 9th. But in the biggest blow for many Amazon sellers, Trump doubled down on China tariffs, raising them to a humongous 125% following China's own
Again, with another boss guide, I do enjoy myself.
Some 60 to 70% of goods on Amazon come from China. Although most products on Amazon are sold by third parties, tariffs will also impact its own brands like Amazon Basics.
They're trying to win by saying we have a similar feature set to the national battery at a lower price. And so if they have to raise that price, consumers are likely to have a preference for that well-known, familiar brand.
So will Amazon increase prices on its own brands, passing the new tariff cost on to consumers?
The last thing they want to do is right away just pass it to the consumer, because you don't know how transitory this is. I think if it extends after, call it 6 months, then a lot of those ultimately get passed to the consumer.
As for whether third-party sellers will need to raise prices,
I will hold my prices for as long as I can and just absorb those tariffs, because I'm already competing against those Chinese sellers that are undercutting me.
On Amazon, yeah, we'll probably increase the price by 10 to 20% at some point.
Tariffs are going to increase the price of toys for the consumer. There's no doubt about it.
While tariffs on China are nothing new, it's unusual for them to hit certain types of goods, like toys.
I mean, it's real steel. This is a real steel, really tangible toy. This toy retails for $29.99. This will end up costing $5 to $10 more as these tariffs fully pass through.
Jay Foreman runs Florida-based Basic Fun. With $200 million in annual sales, its well-known labels sell on Amazon and at retailers like Walmart and Target.
Tonka trucks, Care Bears, Lincoln Logs, Tinker Toys, Light Bright. And as with most in the toy business, we make the overwhelming majority of our product in China. China, has a tremendous
yeah, that's true.
Workforce.
They're literally buying the same place from the people who were saying they're undercutting them.
Create a toy manufacturing supply chain.
Because of China tariffs during Trump's first term, Foreman says a lot of toy manufacturing has moved to Vietnam, Mexico, and India in the last 5 years.
The interesting part there is that most of the factories that operate in places, toy factories anyway, that operate in places like Vietnam, India, and Mexico are owned by Chinese anyway. So you're sort of not escaping doing business with the Chinese.
It's been crazy. Sometimes we find information because we get an invoice or we see the customs entry document. And we're like, well, what do we charge? What do we charge again?
John Covey owns St. Louis-based Genius Games. He does the majority of his yearly $2 million in sales on Amazon and makes his science-based board games in China.
The actual machinery to manufacture at the quality that we need primarily exists in China, and we have not seen samples that will compare to the same level of quality.
And toys are just one category among many that rely on China for manufacturing and assembly due to lower costs and established infrastructure.
This is one of the most amazing pieces of technology, and this thing is made in China. And whether you're making a Tonka truck in China or an Apple iPhone, they figured it out.
Almost all electronics that U.S. consumers like to buy are fabricated in China. The vast majority of textiles are milled in China, whether the apparel is actually put together in China or not.
Other categories, like teas, can't easily be grown in the U.S. because of the climate.
You need high humidity. Usually you need to be at a very high altitude, and those things only come together in certain parts of the world. Like the green teas that we use are only really grown in coastal China. The black teas are grown in India.
Baltimore-based Zest makes high caffeine teas. About half of its $3 to $4 million of annual sales happen on Amazon.
It's those components that are the most troubling. Of you don't really have a U.S. option, and just you have to.
It's crazy how much goes through Amazon. Well, I love Amazon because I'm so busy streaming all the
This is our
time.
new Snacktainer silicone bento box.
Kenny's brand, Prima Stella, brings in about $800,000 annually, almost entirely from Amazon sales.
I would love to be able to manufacture in the U.S., but the truth is that the infrastructure is not there. The manufacturing infrastructure doesn't exist. I've even considered what it would look like to open
that's a whole
manufacturing
conversation.
site, but that's way over my head and, you know, out of my budget, right?
Even with huge tariffs, Kenny says it still doesn't make financial sense to move manufacturing to the U.S.
The cost is too high. It's not 10% or 20% higher. It's double or triple the cost per product. Right now, when you do try to reach out to manufacturers that are here, they don't even return your calls or your emails. The people in China are hungry for the work. They'll get back to you right away. They make sure you get your shipments right away. They're on it.
There are some, like Viper Industrial, that do manufacture entirely in the U.S. and charge a premium for it.
We actually see as a competitive advantage. You put our products side by side to a competitor's that is getting it overseas, and it's a night and day difference.
Dane Rush and his brother own the Green Bay-based business, selling some $30 million annually of stools and other shop equipment that range in cost from $350 to $650.
You can go to, a lower value store and buy a stool at $40 or $50, maybe even cheaper. We're not going for the buyer that's looking for the cheapest price. That's not our market.
Now he's considering taking on manufacturing for others who rely on countries hit hardest by the tariffs.
At the National Hardware Show, we actually got asked by many vendors if we could be an OEM for them. So I think there's a huge opportunity for OEM manufacturers. To
That must mean you must make good quality.
People that were purchasing overseas and start making it here in the United States.
This may be true for some categories, but not for any of the other Amazon sellers we spoke to. Instead, they've been looking to move manufacturing elsewhere overseas.
During the first presidency of Trump, we noticed that the tariff was going to impact our industry, especially with furniture being hit. At that point, we set up our first joint venture factory in Vietnam.
William Su runs a $70 million New York-based home and kids brand called Teamson, founded by his mom, now sold at Costco and Amazon.
And then also I've visited India twice already within that last 6 months.
But Trump announced a 26% tariff on India and 46% on Vietnam April 2nd, although tariffs are on pause for some countries. But the huge China tariff remains.
So within the next 12 to 16 months, we will completely move out of China.
None of the sellers we talked to say it's financially feasible to relocate manufacturing to the U.S., even though it would allow them to avoid tariffs.
I think the administration would like people to think that this is a China problem and that this is only hurting Chinese-based businesses and helping U.S.-based businesses. But I am a U.S.-based business, let's be clear. I can't manufacture everything here. I wish that I could, but everything else is done here. Everything's warehoused here, designed here, photographed here. All the income that comes from that stays here.
All those costs of doing
Frosty's
business in the
hilarious.
US add up quickly.
And those costs are different than they are, say, in China. And so when you have the factory directly knocking off,
I'm literally editing thumbnails on my other screen here.
Like so many others, Kenny needs to keep prices low
And
to
look
stay
at what I
competitive
just-
in the era of Temu and Shein.
My most popular product are my silicone baby spoons, and I used to sell them for $9.99. And now I sell them for $7.99 because so many knockoffs have come in and sell them for even $5.50. I've seen them on sites like Temu for even $3 or $4.
Until now, absurdly low prices on sites like Temu, Alibaba, and Shein were possible largely because of a loophole called de minimis that allows orders under $800 to skirt by without paying duties and taxes. Chinese sellers send individual or small orders directly to U.S. customers to keep shipments under the limit. But sellers like Kenny want to quality check their goods, not send them straight from the factory.
Oh, you're fine, Ahmed. Don't worry. I appreciate you so much. I gotta pump these out, dude. There's like 4 a day, bro. It's like it's crazy. There's There's 4 or 5 a day.
Days later, as
I gotta.
huge numbers
These
of
has
Chinese
gotta go.
packages started
These
piling
aren't.
up at U.S. post offices and customs officials got overwhelmed, he temporarily reinstated the loophole.
We don't have enough customs inspectors to look at this huge
They gotta
volume
go.
of packages, and the U.S. Post Office does not collect duties. They don't have a single employee dedicated to inspecting packages or processing duties. So literally there was a stop to all international mail from China for a few days.
On April 2nd, citing adequate systems now in place to collect tariffs, Trump again announced he's ending de minimis, effective May 2nd. The White House said the loophole is being closed to target deceptive Chinese-based sellers who hide illicit substances, including synthetic opioids, in low-value packages to exploit the de minimis exemption.
This particular toy, when we manufacture it, we're inspected by our licensor Hasbro, it's inspected by our retailer, Target, Walmart, and China. Anything that comes in on de minimis is not going through that safety scrutiny at all. Small packets that might have included a dress or some kind of tchotchke might have been stuffed with illegal drugs or things like that, might be counterfeit, might be bootlegs and knockoffs.
Some Amazon sellers were benefiting from de minimis, especially on its separate direct from China site, Amazon Haul, launched in November to compete with Temu. But overall, killing de minimis will hurt Amazon competitors like Temu more.
Closing this actually takes off, what's really been the sort of loophole that's been tugging at Amazon, really for the last 18 months.
With Trump's shifting stance on de minimis and broader tariffs, the uncertainty has made it difficult for businesses and American shoppers to plan.
You never know from day to day. Are we going to have new tariffs? Are we not? Is he going to raise them?
New tariffs every day. Tariff turbo.
Like that.
We actually see a slowdown in purchases in some cases just from the talk of tariffs and the talk that prices might go up.
Another uncertainty, just how many countries will implement retaliatory tariffs and how big they'll get, which will hurt some U.S. Amazon sellers in the opposite direction.
You may have liked it when your made in the USA auto products are price advantage versus imported ones, but then when you want to export those auto products to Canada, you may suddenly not like it. So uncertainty is really bad for business, regardless of who wins or loses on any specific tariff.
It's been so unreliable so far. It's this number, it's that number, it stops, it goes. It's hard to know where will this stop.
This wasn't that great, but I'm just playing something because I'm working on something on the side here.
On this road in El Paso, Texas, stretching as far as the eye can see, thousands of trucks make their way back to Mexico after dropping billions of dollars worth of goods bound for U.S. consumers.
This is a scene that you see every day. Millions of dollars of product are coming in from Mexico into the United States.
For the first time in more than 2 decades, Mexico overtook China as the largest importer of goods to the U.S.
So China's using Mexico to avoid tariffs. They're doing that already. They're probably going to keep doing this. They're going to do this more.
U.S. Mexican goods imported to the U.S. totaled $475 billion in 2023, about $20 billion higher than the previous year. During that same period, Chinese goods imported to the U.S. came to $427 billion, $110 billion less than the year prior, and imports from Mexico are still climbing. In the first 8 months of this year, U.S. imports from Mexico reached $334 billion, 5.8% higher than the same period in 2023. Fueling that trend are simmering trade tensions between Beijing and Washington, an effort to bring U.S. imports closer to home, and a burgeoning Mexican manufacturing base. But there's another factor at play. To avoid American tariffs, Chinese companies are using Mexico as a backdoor to the U.S. With what you're moving within Mexico itself, the finished product, how much of those Chinese goods actually stay in Mexico, and how much roughly do you think those Chinese products come here to the United States?
I think there's a huge market for Chinese product in Mexico, but the big ticket item here is the US market. That's why China's coming to Mexico.
What we're trying to do is bring stuff from all over the world to Mexico, manufacture here, and send it again abroad.
Chinese car companies, for example, are setting up shop in Mexico. Tariffs on Chinese goods date back to 2018 when the Trump administration launched a trade war with
Chinese
China
and Mexico? I don't want that stuff.
Mexican trade. Logistics companies like Maersk, DHL, and Uber Freight are ramping up their investments on both sides of the border.
Companies are coming to Texas. It's a wild, wild west where they are buying up land to secure warehouse space.
At the center of it all is U.S. Customs and Border Protection, one of the world's largest law enforcement agencies with over 60,000 employees.
We will do a complete inspection on it, from instruments of terror to narcotics to country of origin to manifest discrepancies, everything.
More than 650,000 cargo trucks crossed the Isleta-Zaragoza Bridge in El Paso, Texas in 2022. So how is China able to circumvent U.S. tariffs? And what are logistics companies doing to prepare for the upcoming boom in Mexican trade? CNBC traveled to Mexico City and El Paso to find out. In an effort to avoid U.S. tariffs, Chinese companies are moving their raw materials and operations to Mexico. Jordan Dewart is the president of cross-border logistics company Redwood Mexico. In addition to this 100,000 square foot warehouse in El Paso, the company also has about 200 employees in Mexico. How has the landscape changed since the start of the Trump trade war when it comes to Chinese manufacturing?
Well, it's no secret there was a lot of pressure on Chinese companies after those trade wars. And I think we saw immediately an opportunity for Chinese companies to move to Mexico to kind of catch this nearshoring wave.
Ocean container data tracked by freight analytics firms and NADA backs that up.
We have seen 18 months in a row now with ever increasing, basically all-time high monthly imports from China to Mexico.
Container traffic from China to Mexico has surged in recent years. From January to August 2024, China to Mexico container trade was up by 22% from the year prior. That's on top of container trade along the same route in 2023, up 33% from 2022. At the same time, China's container trade to the U.S. has slowed down.
You see an ever-growing trend into Mexico. I think that's pretty clear to me that something is going on here. Someone is preparing for something, and it's not all going into Mexico consumers.
VesselBot, which also tracks container flows, shows a 3-month period from April to June recorded the highest volumes of Mexico exports to the U.S. this year. The North American Free Trade Agreement, implemented in 1994, eliminated most tariffs between the three countries. The United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, or USMCA, which replaced NAFTA, went into effect 4 years ago. The agreement is up for renewal in 2026, and a focal point of those talks is expected to be trade with China.
Chinese companies, if they import directly into the United States, they are faced with tariffs. If they bring their goods into Mexico and those goods are improved upon or some value added to them, they then qualify for the USMCA.
In terms of
they then
what
qualify
you have
for
to
some
do
bullshit.
to have a product that's labeled Mexican as opposed to Chinese in origin, you have to substantially transform it, which means it has to become a different product. So if I get a whole set of wooden boards, I turn that into a desk, I have substantially transformed that product. It has to change customs categories.
Changing a product's economic nationality or origin of goods means it can
Seems
swap
legit.
a Made in China label to a Made in Mexico one. An estimated $3.7 billion of Chinese foreign direct investments was made in Mexico in 2023, significantly higher than the previous decades. The Hafusan Industrial Park, 25 miles north of Monterrey, Mexico, is one example of that investment and is now home to at least 30 Chinese firms. In the past 3 years, 9 Chinese car companies, including BYD and Chery, have set up operations in Mexico. What are you moving within Mexico? Is it more components to manufacturing plants?
I think Chinese companies, when they established themselves in Mexico, they were bringing finished goods in. Now they've moved on to raw materials, component parts.
Backdoor has a connotation that they're doing something wrong. Just because you see a Mexican manufacturer using Chinese inputs does not mean that they're violating any rules of origin.
Simon Cohen is the founder and CEO of Henco, a logistics company that got its start in Monterrey, Mexico in 1998.
The facility that we have behind us, it's one of the 6 facilities that we have in Mexico City. What we do here is we receive raw materials and finished goods from abroad. We tag them, we label them, we pack them, we repack them, and we deliver it to the distribution centers or final consumer.
The company has about 1,000 employees, and in addition to its facilities in Mexico City, it has 2 others in Monterrey and another 2 coming online later this year. Roughly 20 to 30% of the goods here are shipped to the U.S., according to Cohen.
The north part of Mexico is getting invaded with foreign investment, and people are coming from all over the world, from Asia, from Europe, from South America, even from Africa, and they are trying to build plants and manufacturing facilities to enter the United States market.
Not only are the Chinese setting up shop in Mexico with manufacturing plants, so are the European companies. They are moving their product away from China, and they're setting up shop in Mexico.
Some of the top 10 companies importing into Mexico in 2024 include European companies like Pirelli Tires and SKF, a Swedish auto parts maker, as well as Tesla and General Motors. One key advantage? Labor is often cheaper in Mexico than China, but its proximity to the U.S. might be its biggest advantage. The U.S. and Mexico share a 2,000-mile border with 47 active land ports of entry. Roughly 6 million U.S. jobs depend on trade with Mexico. The U.S. is also Mexico's largest export market. Mexican manufacturing represents about 40% of the country's $1.3 trillion economy. The 2 countries also share a unique relationship when it comes to trade. During the cycle of production, materials and parts often cross the southwest border numerous times while U.S. and Mexican factories work together to produce a good. As a result, 40% of the value of U.S. imports from Mexico are made of content produced in the U.S. Cars built in North America are believed to cross U.S. borders, including the border with Canada, 8 times as they are being produced.
8
That means,
times?
unlike
What?
imports from China, a large portion of
What?
the money
The whole
U.S.
cars?
consumers spend on Mexican imports goes back to U.S. companies and workers.
Going back 30, 40 years, Mexico manufactured t-shirts and tequila. Now we're seeing much more sophisticated products from engines for airplanes, aerospace, automotive, electric vehicles.
Mexico produces 3.5 million vehicles annually. 76% of those are destined for the U.S. market. The top 10 commodities traded between Mexico and the U.S. in June 2024 were vehicles, computers, and electrical machinery. But there are roadblocks ahead. Tesla announced in 2023 it was investing about $5 billion in a new factory in the northern Mexican city of Monterrey. However, that plan was put on hold after former President Donald Trump threatened to impose a 100% tariff on vehicles made in Mexico. Other headwinds facing companies investing in Mexico include security, worker availability, water scarcity, and Mexico's economic policies.
What is the biggest threat to the nearshoring boom? Politics, tariffs.
If tariffs are placed on Chinese goods, that will absolutely thwart the plan of these Chinese companies to backdoor their way into the U.S. through the USMCA agreement. It will have a huge impact on those companies specifically.
Juarez, one of Mexico's largest cities with about 1.6 million residents, is home to roughly 300 maquiladoras, or factories that take raw material and assemble them into finished products for foreign companies.
To show you just how close we are to Mexico, right behind me is downtown El Paso. And a few miles away, 2 highways over, is Juarez, Mexico. And that's where the manufacturing facilities are located.
For most trucks leaving Juarez, their first stop, Customs and Border Protection officers on the El Paso side of the border.
Buenos días. ¿Qué llevamos hoy, jefe? Ok, la calle Rojas. En cabina no llevas nada para declarar. Una hielera con aguas y un lonche. Todo en orden ahí, no llevas acompañantes, nada ilegal. Ok, muy bien.
Auden Ramos has been with the CBP for 27 years.
What we have officers doing up on our primary lane is checking all the trucks as they're walking by them to see if there's any anomalies, any changes made to that truck. Has an air tank been tampered, modified? Have the rear doors of the trailer been opened?
What are we checking for?
On an average weekday, 2,430 trucks pass through this border. Most truck drivers make the trip 2 to 3 times a day. In addition to narcotics, human trafficking, and terrorism, officers of the Anti-Terrorism Contraband Enforcement Team and their colleagues are looking at the products being transported and their country of origin.
So we're looking where the product was made, where the final point of manufacture was, and that's what will determine country of origin. For these engines that we have behind us, not every single piece of the engine may have been manufactured in Mexico, but that's where the final assembly and it was put together was in Mexico.
Trucks are also checked by canine units, and drivers have their manifests vetted by officers. If an officer notices an irregularity, the truck could be sent for an X-ray exam or have its cargo offloaded for further inspection. The Isleta crossing on the edge of El Paso, where this border is located, is the second largest after Laredo, Texas, for Mexico and U.S. trade.
Wow.
According to Ramos, it takes a trailer less than 30 minutes to clear U.S. Customs. But as we found out, the return trip to Mexico can take much longer.
In terms of the Mexican trade, we're looking at the volumes. We were at the border, and the line of trucks heading back went on for miles. Why are we seeing such congestion over there, and how does that impact, if you will, the U.S. supply chain?
A lot of things are causing congestion here at the border. One is just the sheer volume of goods and the increase of trade that we're seeing come up from Mexico. But we're also seeing from time to time issues with Mexican customs clearance site and the ability to clear shipments going into Mexico. When that system goes down, it creates a massive backlog into the United States. It's a real problem.
Once a truck clears El Paso Customs, in most cases, it ends up at a cross-dock facility like this one.
What exactly is cross-docking and how is it done here?
Well, goods that are manufactured in Mexico, destined for the U.S., are typically loaded on a Mexican trailer. Those trailers can only come up to the U.S. side of the border, about 30 miles in, and then they're required to be cross-docked onto a U.S. trailer so it can continue its destination into the United States.
One benefit for logistics companies is the more touch points they have and the more services they provide, the more money they can potentially make.
This is a cross-docking facility. We've been to others. Do you have what we've seen at other places where
So what's the point of this
Mexican
place?
drivers bring the product in with their trailers and then they go back?
Yes. We're 5 minutes away from Isleta International Bridge.
Okay.
And that was one of the key elements to find a location where Mexican drivers can come, drop their freight, and can go back to Mexico right away.
But why don't U.S. logistics companies send their trucks and drivers to Mexico?
We've seen that U.S. trucking companies have stopped sending their trucks into Mexico. They're just not getting the return on investment by allowing that trailer to go all the way into Mexico. The companies that have picked up the slack are the Mexican trucking companies.
The average annual salary for a Mexican driver is a little over $5,000. Mexican trucking companies face other challenges too.
Annual
Mexico
salary?
has a shortage of 56,000
What?
truck drivers, about 9% of its total driver workforce.
I thought we had it bad.
That number could double to reach 106,000 unfilled positions by 2028.
I thought we had it bad. I was wrong.
Record high diesel prices, soaring interest rates, as well as violence on its highways. On average, 50 cargo trucks are hijacked daily in Mexico.
Even when trucking companies are able to get the trucks, they are struggling to have drivers get behind the wheels of these trucks and provide the capacity that we need. All of this goes into driving up transportation rates in Mexico.
Despite those hurdles, logistics companies are ramping up their operations at the border.
The boom in nearshoring is leading to a plethora of investment from companies like Maersk, DHL, Uber Freight, even rail, CP, KC.
In 2024, shipping giant Maersk opened a new 402,000 square foot cross-dock facility less than
Make
2
those
miles from
truck
the Mexican
drivers in
border.
Mexico armed. I'm sure that should end.
Maersk has built. And while it may look empty, this is what they're envisioning for opportunity. In the world of logistics, you are building for tomorrow. You're not building for the here and now.
The site has 73 dock doors and 116
Wow.
spaces for trucks.
When do you foresee this entire warehouse being filled?
It's going to be a big challenge. I mean, it's a huge facility. There is a lot of competition in the market. Again, it's a matter of aligning Maersk's asset.
That is a
aligning
big place.
Maersk's competitiveness.
Other logistics companies are expanding too.
DHL's investment in Mexico started in 1985 in this warehouse. And since then, the volumes of trade that they have moved from Mexico have grown exponentially. In fact, over 5,800 packages are processed through this facility every day.
Laredo is a hotspot for the cross-border piece. Just in June, we handled through Laredo close to $30 billion in trade. We are crossing 18,000 trailers going north and south per day. We have 7 different warehouses in Laredo, Texas, with over 1.5 million square foot to handle that kind of business.
Uber Freight? I didn't know that was a thing.
And even railroads are getting a slice of the action. CPKC is building a new railroad bridge from Laredo, Texas to Mexico to handle the uptick in container traffic. The bridge will be constructed alongside an existing one and is expected to be operational in late 2024. The company has also launched a new train service for shippers linking Chicago and Kansas City to Monterrey, Mexico. The nearshoring boom has the potential to boost Mexican manufacturing exports to the U.S. to $609 billion by 2028.
Future growth.
It's a lot of money.
What are you guys anticipating?
Well, I think the table is set. We've seen billions of dollars of foreign direct investment go into Mexico. That will translate into
Mexico's gonna be the new China, guys.
facilities and finished goods destined for the United States. So we're very bullish on the outlook for Mexico, and we're investing heavily into this marketplace.
I want to see this, but I want to see the original video.
Last month, I took an order for a batch of copper parts. I've already bought all the materials. It cost tens of thousands, and everything has been cut, ground, washed, and engraved. It's not finished yet, but today the customer messaged me and said the delivery might be delayed. After customs clearance, the taxes have gone up too much. A TikToker who works as a bulk trade supplier shared in his video the huge pressure he's under after the sudden increase in U.S. tariffs.
订单量5000多万美金，今年我们订单已经排到了26年的5月份。
Our orders are worth over $50 million US dollars. This year, we're already booked through May 2026. But with this 30% tariff hike, the impact on us is huge. If you're a small startup, it's not such a big deal because you don't ship enough to fill an entire container. But for us, it hits hard. Our profit margins in bulk trading are already razor thin. Now with a 34% tariff, it's like getting knocked to the ground.
He said the only thing he can do for now is wait. His backup plan is to ship through third-party warehouses in other countries. That's the only way forward. On April 7th,
Get around the
owner of
tariffs.
the clothing factory posted a video saying the entire foreign trade apparel industry in China is filled with anxiety.
现在做外贸单的 Everyone doing foreign trade now is nervous. A 50% tariff is just scary. Who's going to place orders under these conditions? Sure, some clothing businesses are still busy, but it's hard to make money anymore.
Damn.
US orders only make up part of our business, but there are so many clothing factories in China. If we all turn to Europe and there's no US orders, then think about it. Won't competition at home become even worse? Domestic sales are also weak this year. People just don't have money to spend, so how can this market possibly improve?
On April 2nd, US President Donald Trump announced a new round of global-based tariffs, raising rates on dozens of countries. At the time of the announcement, the actual tariff rate for China stood at 34%.
在现行适用关税税率基础上加征34%关税。
Oh, this is
In
before.
response, the Chinese
We
Communist
increased
Party
this.
announced on April 4th that it would impose a matching 34% tariff on all goods imported from the US. Trump then warned that he may raise tariffs on China by another 50%. The CCP responded by saying it's ready to fight to the end. While the Chinese government is showing a tough stance, many businesses in China are already feeling the pain. On April 7th, a TikToker filmed a clothing factory that had shut down and said
Damn.
the clothing industry is in serious trouble.
They already shut down?
All the machines in his factory are about to stop. He said this year is going to be incredibly tough. That same day, another TikToker posted a similar scene, workers moving goods around inside a clothing factory. He wrote that as soon as the US swung its tariff hammer, the impact finally hit the apparel industry. His factory originally had orders scheduled through the end of July, but now over 6,000 down jackets have been put on hold, and their ready-to-ship products are piling up in the warehouse. He said both offline and online sales are struggling this year. Even live stream selling isn't working anymore. With sluggish consumer demand and weak domestic
How many phones do they have going? Why do they have so many phones? Oh, they're multi-streaming. Well, obviously, but why do they need so many accounts to sell their stuff? TikTok that's what all of TikTok is.
sales, the foreign trade slowdown is pushing more exporters into the domestic market, creating even more excess production. He said this year's apparel industry is like a pressure cooker that could blow at any moment. This isn't just panic, it's worse than during the pandemic. Many clothing business owners may lose everything they've built over a lifetime.
People seeing anybody seeing potential war with China.
Another TikToker showed the current situation at his factory. Because of the tariff hike, orders have been delayed or canceled. Now his packaging and printing factory doesn't even have boxes to make. All he can do now is clean the factory.
They don't even have boxes.
A TikToker shared a video saying that after the US increased tariffs, the impact on China's foreign trade is obvious. He mentioned that when he flies, there are hardly any Westerners on the plane, mostly people from Africa. Also, when entering the US, Chinese
This is only going on for a week though, right?
people face especially strict security checks.
I'm at Guangzhou Baiyun Airport right now, and the flight is about to take off. This tariff increase is really affecting China. If you look around, you can see there are almost no white faces here, mostly African brothers. This shows how tough the foreign trade situation is right now. When I went through customs, they saw my yellow skin and Chinese passport and gave me a hard time.
I feel like this
They
is
asked
exaggerated.
about every little detail. Why I'm here, who I'm visiting, where I'm staying, how long I'll be, and what business I'm doing. Traveling abroad is already hard, and now people like me in foreign trade have to face Trump's 54% tariff hike and random checks.
On April 6th, a female owner of a laser cutting factory, Liu Ting, posted a video saying that manufacturing in China is going to get even harder, and she plans to sell off her 30,000 watt equipment.
是的，你们没有听错，我可能要把去年4月份买的大组的激光要准备出掉了。
Wow.
Yes, you heard.
Look how little it took to dismantle their manufacturing industry.
Me right. I might have to sell the laser equipment I bought last April. I don't need to explain. You could probably guess why. The economic environment is bad, and the trade war has already started. Soon, all manufacturing businesses, especially small ones, will face bankruptcy. This is not an exaggeration. It's the reality. She also said that starting this month, all manufacturing businesses in China will face an unprecedented winter. More and more companies will go bankrupt, lay off workers, and downsize. Many manufacturing owners will end up with insufficient funds and will not survive. Cases in banks, law firms, and courts will pile up. The TikToker estimates that all manufacturing business owners are currently in an anxious, confused, and helpless state. Particularly for factories that relied on foreign trade orders, the shrinking foreign demand and declining domestic demand are making it difficult. Many small business owners can't sleep because of worries and fear. They're afraid all the years of hard work will go to waste. They fear they won't be able to pay employee wages or cover rent and utilities. The TikToker revealed that with electricity costs for her equipment already reaching her limit, she has decided to sell her 30,000-watt laser equipment.
Damn.
On April 8th, a TikToker from Zhejiang shared a video saying that she suddenly realized the U.S. tariff increase has also severely impacted non-exporting manufacturers.
浙江这边的厂，这个关税加上去之后。
How big of an impact has the tariff increase had on local factories in Zhejiang? I run a small factory and don't deal with foreign trade, so I'm not sure how much it would affect me. But I've noticed that my upstream suppliers who export raw materials haven't received any orders for a long time. Not even one container has shipped out. When they can't get orders, they try to switch to domestic sales. Now people at their factories are still working non-stop, running around to try to make domestic sales. So when they get involved in the domestic market, doesn't that just drag the domestic factories into it too? Everyone's getting caught in the spiral, and in the end, we'll all collapse together. The impact is really huge, and some people probably haven't realized it yet. Whether it's the impact on their foreign trade or on our factories that don't deal with foreign trade, it's all very significant. On April 7th, a TikToker from Foshan visited a newly built factory district and recorded footage of the vacant and neglected factory buildings.
I don't understand how this all happens in a week, though.
He said, look at these factories
It's all so insane.
that were just built last year. Now I can't even find a single person.
Tell me I'm dreaming. This is me, and that I just woke up and the tariff's been going on for a month and a half or something.
There are no cars or people on the road. Some of these factories are single-story and others have multiple floors. The landlords spent nearly $1 billion to build these. Just a few years ago, these beautiful buildings were all leased out by middlemen. You had to wait in line to rent a factory space, but now there isn't a single customer coming to view the space.
Well, this isn't anything new. This must have been ongoing.
The new factory buildings behind me haven't even been renovated yet because the landlords are afraid of spending money if no one rents them. With the manufacturing industry in decline, every industry is struggling.
He recalled that some Chinese companies moved to Southeast Asia to avoid the US-China trade war a few years ago. Now, this new wave of tariffs is a heavy blow to those companies because some countries have even higher tariffs than China. He questioned where these companies should go next: stay in Southeast Asia, move back to China, or shift to Africa. On April 7th, Ms. Gong, a manager of a Bluetooth headphone export company in Guangzhou, told Radio Free Asia that most companies in Guangdong that used to trade with the US have stopped accepting orders due to tariff barriers. She said, I had dinner with people from the industry yesterday, and they told me that they used to export products from Vietnam to the US. Now most of those orders have stopped. They're not taking new orders. They're just waiting to see how serious the situation will get. Right now, we know that foreign trade companies in Guangzhou and Guangdong are temporarily not accepting orders. Ms. Gong also mentioned that a Hong Kong company near her recently moved its factory to Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, and is currently hiring Vietnamese locals. However, the sudden increase in U.S. tariffs has put the factory in a difficult position. She said they just built the factory in Vietnam, and now they're about to start operations. But now the U.S. has increased tariffs by 46% on Vietnam, so it's impossible to avoid the high tax rates.
Why do they have
The
high
investment they made
tariffs?
earlier is now wasted. According to Trump's announced plans, the U.S. will implement differentiated tariffs on different countries and regions, with China at 34%, the EU at 20%, Taiwan at 32%, Vietnam at 46%, Switzerland at 31%, the UK and Brazil at 10%, and Japan, South Korea, and India at 24%. Additionally, Trump announced a minimum 10% tariff on all goods entering the U.S. However, on April 7th, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent stated that nearly 70 countries have already reached out to the U.S. to discuss negotiations on Trump's latest tariff policy. He revealed that President Trump will personally participate in the talks to secure the best bargaining position for the U.S. Many Southeast Asian countries, including Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand, the Philippines, and Malaysia, have expressed willingness to make adjustments and negotiate with the U.S. Despite Vietnam's proactive efforts to reduce U.S. import tariffs, the White House refused to offer reciprocal concessions, citing non-tariff cheating. U.S. trade advisor Peter Navarro recently said that Vietnam's issue lies in non-tariff methods, such as Chinese products being exported via Vietnam and the theft of U.S. intellectual property. His comments highlighted that the Trump administration not only sees tariffs as a tool to resolve trade imbalances, but is also trying to prevent country of origin laundering and reshape global manufacturing and supply chains.
Interesting.
On April 6, a TikToker who runs a granulator production
But I like my
factory
cheap
posted
stuff
a
from
video
China.
saying that due to the U.S. tariff policy, her factory has been working overtime to meet the demand from orders from Southeast Asia. Today is the second day of our holiday, but all our staff have been urgently called back to the factory to work overtime because of the tariff increase. Last night, our Southeast Asian customers called, asking us to hurry up and produce and ship. The boss said we should prioritize foreign orders. The big factories we work with are also working non-stop. I don't know what's going to happen next. Do you understand what this means? Some viewers commented under the video, saying, "Once these orders are done, there won't be any more orders. This is the last deal. This is the final flurry before the factory shuts down. Rushing to finish orders overnight, then pulling out when the business ends."
Yeah.
After the U.S. announced the 34% tariff increase on Chinese goods, the People's Daily published a series of articles over 3 days, strongly criticizing the U.S.'s unilateral abuse of reciprocal tariffs, while stating the sky will not fall. However, it's clear that Chinese industry is feeling pessimistic. Reports from Chinese media indicate that Chinese manufacturers, foreign trade businesses, third-party intermediaries, and U.S. buyers are all struggling in this tariff battle. Some are reworking their costs overnight and engaging in price wars. Others are changing product specifications and shipping methods, while some are rushing to fulfill orders in an attempt to minimize losses before the new tariffs take effect.
That makes sense.
One foreign trade
Ship
owner
them out
said,
quick.
"No matter what, with
Get
these
'em out.
tariff hikes, the biggest losers are the business people." Mr. Zhu, an e-commerce entrepreneur from Jiangsu, told Radio Free Asia that the U.S.'s high tariffs on China will lead to the collapse of many e-commerce businesses. He said, "We are definitely affected. The impact is huge, and there's basically no profit left. We just can't keep doing business. Many e-commerce businesses in Jiangsu and Guangdong can't operate anymore. Everyone's in poverty now. The time of
Same.
hunger and instability
Welcome
is
to
coming."
our world.
Just the other day, I met an elderly man in his 80s who was cursing the leaders, saying they've ruined this country. Our foreign policy is surrounded on all sides, and no country is engaging with China normally anymore. Veteran media figure Mr. Ge believes that the differences between China and the U.S. are not just about tariffs, and that Trump's tariff hikes are aimed at countries around the world. He points out that China's trade surplus with the U.S. nearly reached $300 billion last year, something President Trump greatly dislikes. He added that U.S.-Vietnam trade can be resolved through negotiations between the leaders of the countries, including lowering tariffs on Vietnamese products entering the U.S. But this is not the case for China. He said, "In comparison, the trade war is definitely more disadvantageous for China because China depends heavily on the U.S. market. The U.S. itself is a huge market. The key issue is that after China made the first move, no other countries followed, which is probably the most troublesome problem for China. If Vietnam successfully negotiates with the U.S. and benefits from it, it will attract many other countries to follow suit and negotiate as well." The People's Daily, the CCP's official paper, warned in a commentary that the U.S.'s actions will ultimately lead to a self-destructive cycle for the U.S. Australian scholar Li Yuanhua stated that while the U.S. will temporarily be affected, American society's ability to withstand shocks is relatively greater than China's. He said, "If life in China were to regress decades, could the Chinese people endure it? Can the CCP handle the growing public discontent? The CCP doesn't have many cards to play. When it collapses, it will likely not be in a rational way, and it won't be due to a desire to solve problems."
So basically,
move, there has been
we can outlast them in a trade war, is what they're saying.
criticism within China against the CCP's countermeasures against the U.S. He Bin, former deputy director of the Public Policy Research Center at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, recently posted on social media. He said the CCP's countermeasures are entirely wrong. He made a comparison. The tariffs are like, if you hit your wife, I'll hit my wife. He further pointed out, the U.S. raising tariffs is like shooting yourself in the foot, and we should not shoot ourselves in the foot as well. He believes the correct countermeasure strategy is not to retaliate tit for tat, but to adopt a policy of comprehensive economic openness, implementing unilateral zero tariffs on all imported goods from other countries. Chinese economist Fu Peng believes that Trump's reciprocal tariffs are like a buyer gathering supplies for negotiation. If suppliers refuse to negotiate, it's like abandoning their chance to bid, which will exclude them from the supply chain. Fu Peng's comments are suspected to have been deleted. Chinese financial website Yicai cited analysis from Gao Ruidong, chief economist at Everbright Securities. He said that the current China-US trade friction is gradually extending into the fields of technology and finance. If negotiations continue to be blocked, the decoupling in these areas could further intensify. By May or June, the decoupling in technology and finance between China and the US could resonate with the tariff policies, amplifying pressure on capital markets.
This just over-explained in detail why everyone in China is also fucked because of the tariffs. But
go let them know that the villains, they're thinking that I'm not gonna come back streams. I have no team to control me. I'm myself right now, and you will see. tariffs destroyed this guy's business overnight? How is that even possible?
Look guys, it is 11:58 p.m. on Tuesday, April 8th, and in 2 minutes I'm about to be hit by 104% tariff on $27,000 order. That is literally a few moments, like I believe 1 or 2 days from hitting the port of Los Angeles of goods that I'm about to bring from China. So let me bring you a little bit into context in this video. I'm gonna keep it raw, one take, really briefly walk you through the emotions that I'm feeling right now, facing one of the biggest order that I've made with regards to this side hustle that I've introduced now a couple months ago that has been doing really well for me. But let me be straightforward, 104%, I am screwed. I am screwed. So I'm gonna briefly also run you through some of the discussion that I have with my Chinese peers. How the hell are they reacting to something like this? I mean, right now it's kind of like who wants to save the Solder Ryan at this point? I'm gonna be pretty straightforward with you. So as some of you may know, a couple of months ago in July, I started to run acoustic wood panel business from my garage, selling on Facebook Marketplace. Originally, I was launching a French bracelet brand. I built a brick and mortar. I had wood panels across the shop, and people were more interested about the wood panels than the bracelets. So I didn't want to pay full price. Like, mate,
where did my internet
something's
go?
going on here. Time for you to, build up your game. Come over and bring a full container from China. So I make my order. I discuss on prices. I have about a 30% reduction on price against what I was paying here
today we are
for ordering the goods in the United States. And I'm like, boom, let's do it. $27,000 DDP payment, meaning you have to send the payment before it ships. So I send that up, they get manufacturers. I'm waiting because I have a list of customers that have been reaching out from me on Facebook Marketplace to get the panels. Everything is ready. I'm feeling good. As you guys may know, my YouTube venture is kind of tricky, so a business that I can hold on to. And then what do I see? Well, 34%. Oh no, well, 84%. Oh wait, guess what? 104%. And it's literally happening in the days that we're speaking. Why? Why am I the one that's getting hit by that crap? And the worst is that at some point, I thought that it was gonna be hit by the time of order. No. It's done by the time at when it hit the port. It's when it's imported. That's literally where I am. So we are freaking out. I'm freaking out because my margins now are, I'm running super tight at this point. Imagine I had any overhead. I would be literally losing money. I'm only able to sustain that because I have no overhead selling from my garage.
Can you deny the order?
The conversation with the Chinese friends here. They just heard for the extra tariff of 104%. They're waiting for the updates from the shipping agent. They think that this is gonna definitely influence the order, which is on the way. And in his word, yes, it's bad for all of us. We have many orders on the way. This is not good. Well, thank you. This is not good, right? I'm literally at the days. Why couldn't this arrive 2 days ago? A day ago? No, it's literally coming right on when it's arriving. So, well, what does that mean for my business? Well, 104%. You guys gonna say, oh, well, you didn't allow yourself enough margins or crap. Well, guys, I'm not running a Home Depot or anything here. This is a, small guy that's taking a gamble from his garage, and somehow it ends up on me. Why? Why am I getting hit this way? I also have LEDs coming as well.
Damn.
That are somehow arriving during the same time period. I was waiting for them today, but they got delayed at the port. And now they're gonna be hit as we speak. It's literally the jackpot. Like, I couldn't hit better. I take my